Hey, welcome to the 17th annual Cheyenne Masters here in where
Wyoming.
we at? There we go. Which
Yep.
part of Wyoming?
Cheyenne.
There you go. We are happy to be here.
Very.
Ecstatic.
Yeah.
There we go. You are? What is your name?
I don't know. What is it?
Exactly. The Lucia's in the house.
Yep.
I got in trouble because I called you Luciu on one of these.
Yeah, exactly. Only certain people are allowed to call me Lushu.
Yes.
Gotta be pretty special.
No doubts. We'll be talking to a couple of people as we're going along here. They're in practice. We got about a minute and a half left. We'll be getting started. It is round robin today. So 16 people made the cut.
Yes.
Cut was minus 24. The people who made our cut do we have a sheet, by the way? We don't. Noah Gallegos was your number one seed. He was plus 240. Greg Nerum out of Colorado plus 139. Zach Garcia was plus 127 is in third place. And throughout, your cut again was minus 24, which is Philip David. So there is your participants for the round robin.
Yep.
We get to our top five. They're going to bowl. Once they bowl round robin, we'll get to our top five. They'll bowl stair step to determine
Or
this year's
step ladder.
or step ladder to determine this year's champion. We'll be back in just a moment. That is coming in loud. Okay, practice has completed. We can get started here with game one of our round robin. On our pair, we have Chris Martinez versus Tabitha. I have my sheet here. Tabitha DeWall and Felix Garcia. He's bowling Joe McGuire, I do believe. So that's going to be our first pairing.
I know, right?
We'll be back in just a second. Again, back at the 17th annual Cheyenne Masters Tournament here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. A little chilly,
I'm freezing.
of course.
It's actually warmer than it's been the last few years, believe it or not.
There you go. With us, Mr. Geigos. Bowled yesterday.
I did. I tried. I tried.
How many of these have you bowled?
I don't know, a lot.
There you go.
This one was I know it was my third one in a row.
Okay.
I took a couple years off, then I bowled before.
Mm-hmm.
They were used to be really, really hard on the left, and so I didn't come back for a while.
Gotcha.
But I've been back a few years. Noah won, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, and then I won 2 years ago, I think it was.
Awesome.
And then last year I made the top 16, and this year I missed the top 16, and it's just
You were close.
I was close. You know, I've been. If you know me, if you follow my story a little bit, you know I'm kind of battling a shoulder injury. I've been battling it since January last year in the Cheyenne Masters.
Okay.
And it's frustrating because my mind says to do one thing, but my body won't let me. And you know, I waited almost 7 months before I went to an actual doctor to get it looked at. And I'm in my 5th week of physical therapy. It's getting better. It still hurts though, and it's like sometimes I don't know where the ball's going, especially on spares. You know, I missed 7 single pins yesterday, which is something I don't normally do, and I missed the cut by 40 pins. So if even if I make half of those, I'm probably still able to bowl. But it taught me that I still have to work on the little things. And when I was young, growing up bowling this game, I took advantage of a lot of things that we don't even think about, like my physical health. You know, I did a lot of drinking back then, and my first adjustment would go to the bar. And so, like, you know, I've changed some of those habits, and I cut that out. But now I have to add more physical exercise. I need to get my body well so that I can compete with these guys. You know, not everybody gets a second chance in life. I'm 49. I got the senior tour that I could look forward to, senior stuff that I could bowl. There's way more senior stuff to bowl than regular stuff. You know, you can bowl every weekend. And if you look at these senior guys, they're in good shape, right?
Yeah,
you know, because they
making a cut. You got Felix, Scott Sloan, Kevin Maloney,
Greg Nerum.
Greg Nerum.
Yeah. No. So like, you know, they're all in good shape. You know, and so it's like I gotta put in that extra work, the stuff I didn't do before. You know, and I got the best example is in my son Noah. He practices,
physically fit.
He works out. He makes it a point. He's like, he called me on it last week. He's like, if you're going to bowl well, you got to go practice. And I was like, I'm mentally practicing now because, you know, life happens. Got busy again in my job. You know, I could make all kinds of excuses, but if we don't prioritize it, then it's not going to happen.
Oh, no doubt.
And it's just like I'm learning different principles in life. I mean, I'm 50, almost 50. And I'm not sad to say that it's that I'm barely learning these now, but you know, I grew up, you know, I had Noah when I was 19, so I was pretty young, and I grew up, you know, I was a single mom, and so I'm not making excuses, but I'm saying I didn't have that person telling me you need to do it like this, you need to do it like this. I thought I was that person, and I did it my way. My way didn't work.
Well, it must work somewhat.
Well, you know, I've got the blueprint of what not to do.
But I feel like if you're still learning stuff, then you're still in the game. Like you're still
in life in general.
Yeah.
100%. And that's why I'm saying, you know, it's not too late to change your ways or your habits.
Exactly.
And I have practiced more. I'm not saying I haven't done no practicing because I have, but I have to do more, and I have to do more of the physical exercise to make, because I was feeling good after game 5, and then like I kind of got a little gas game 6 and 7. Then I missed a spare. Through 5 games, I was phenomenal on spares. I think I had 1 open through those 5 games. Right, I was amazing, and I was grinding. I was in the top 12 at one point, and then I missed 1 spare, and it was like all of a sudden everything just got tight. And then I went to shoot at another one, and I missed it. And then I left another one. It was like I was throwing out a toothpick. I said, how am I going to hit this? And I had like the yips, I guess is what you call it. And so my demise was the last 3 games, but that's where stamina, strength, those little things come into play.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, and then especially having to wake up early and come bowl 8 more games today. I'm hurting as it is. I can imagine trying to bowl some more. You know, I wish I was, because you will loosen up real fast, right? But
Oh, yeah.
you have to, if you want to bowl at this level, you have to do the thing. You know, me and Chris Martinez were talking.
Another senior.
He hits stretched chiropractors. He does other physical therapy, and he has a sciatica nerve problem, and he had electroshock therapy on it.
Okay.
You know, and so there's a lot of different things you could do. You know, I've done stretch therapy. That worked okay. So my problem is, over 40 years, I actually stretched out my muscle.
Mhm.
This muscle, it hurts from under here and my back. So when I swing it, I don't have enough strength anymore to kind of control it. That's why it's been hurting so long, I guess. And then plus I'm a brick mason, and so I do a lot of work with my hands and grabbing and stuff. And so they gave me push-ups mainly, and then they gave me some band exercises to strengthen my pecs. So pretty soon, if I could get I'll get some guns going, right? then I could be there.
Absolutely.
But it's like, this physical therapist I'm going to, he's starting to hit, like, he's a left-hander too, and he does his bowling motion, and he's like, okay, I'm going to give you this exercise because we want to target your core a little bit more, because so when you torque this way, you're going to be stronger here. And then he gave me some kind of like stretching, and then he's like, the push-ups you do them on the wall, then you do on your knees, and then you do regular push-ups with like a band, and he's like, you want to focus on your core and your pecs to get those stronger, so that when you pull through, that you're not pulling through, and you know, right? Because we don't want to pull through too hard either. But
no, absolutely. The core is key to a lot of things. If you got a bad core, it affects the rest of your body.
balance is the key, and it's just
It was awesome. So what'd you think of the pattern?
I thought the pattern was fair. It was hard. Like, these guys that are bowling today figured it out. They probably made a majority of their spares, and you know, got some strings going. Noah bowled fantastic yesterday. I think he led the field by 100.
Yes.
And then
And being minus 24, you didn't have to put up these massive games or numbers. You just had to make your spares.
you just had to make your spares, exactly. And then you just had to grind a little bit. You know, 190s were good. Sometimes there's a good 190, and sometimes there's a bad 190.
Oh, yeah.
You know, yesterday there were good 190s. And Greg Knierim, he whacked him right off the edge. He never really ever moved in. He stayed out there almost the whole 8 games. So, you know, I think the pattern was 46 feet. It was Masters
2023.
So had 28 mils. And I played really close to the gutter. My issue always has been ball speed on the longer patterns. I tend to throw it too hard, and so I was trying to throw it soft yesterday, and it causes me to close my shoulder when I do that, because I'm trying to place the shot, and instead of being like, and when I freewheeled it and got it, even if I just touched the head pin, I was striking. But as soon as I added a little something, I was leaving something, you know. And so I thought the pattern was really fair. You know, we got 2 lefties that I see bowling. I'm always upset when I'm not one of the lefties. You know,
2 lefties, 1 two-hander. Just
1
Noah,
two-hander.
right? Yep.
Noah's the only two-hander.
I do believe
No,
it.
I think Jared is a two-hander also.
We're about to find out. Yes,
Yeah,
you might be right. Yep.
he's from. They grew up bowling the Mile High Tour together.
Yep, he is too.
So
You're right.
another couple of products of the Mile High Tour.
There you go.
You know that I bowled the Mile High Tour.
You did?
Yeah, that's how long it's been around.
There's actually the stop today.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
where are
at
they
Coal
bowling?
Creek.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so some more junior bowl. There's a lot of talent that's come out of that thing. You know,
no doubt.
Chris Kelso,
Noah, Stone, Daryl Stone.
Yeah, tons.
Several. We have 1 female. She made a cut. She's
Yep.
bowling well. Spare 4-bagger.
Taking it to Martinez.
He's giving it to him. The good thing about round robin is somebody can get you one time, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, if you win all the rounds, great.
30 pins for a win, so those bonus pins add up.
Yes, they do.
You know, and so you want to stay in these matches, and
She's bowling well.
match play is always fun because you could always see one guy probably bowling a 160 and his opponent's probably bowling a 180, but then right next door there's someone bowling a 240 and a 220, right? And you're like, oh, if I was only bowling that person.
I know, seriously.
If I was pulling that person on that pair, that'd be great. But that's the nature of the beast, nature of the game.
Right, right.
And this is a great format where we're going to qualify, then we're going to go to round robin, so you can bowl 8 more games, and then we're going to get to step ladder.
So you have 3 chances to win this tournament is how I feel. Like, or well, 2 legit, like, you know, because qualifying you're not going to win it day 1, right? But we thought pins carried over yesterday, but
They did?
no, they
Oh,
dropped. Everything starts fresh today.
Wow, see, I thought they carried over.
Yeah,
too.
so but they did reward. Noah got a extra bonus for being the leader, which is cool, you know.
Absolutely.
But like, yeah, I always some of the formats like pins carry over. Reward the leader for bowling, you know, great that first day, and but this is a modified round robin where the odds are bowling the odds and the evens are bowling the evens.
Exactly.
You know, and so they had 96 bowlers.
Yes, full field,
Full
as
field,
usual, with a waiting list.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're ever planning on bowling this, get your name in the pool early and hope, because a lot of people keep their spots for years.
Yeah, once you get in, if you give it up, it's hard to get back into this tournament.
Yes.
That's why we keep coming back. You know?
Absolutely. Very well run, nice center.
Mm-hmm.
Whole works. State's pretty good. The only thing I don't like about the state is it's windy. Every time I go over
It's so windy here.
There's no
That-
doubts about that.
I didn't know how the wind could blow inside. That's why I kept blowing my ball away from my spare. So windy up here.
Good point. Absolutely.
We got a father-son combo, Felix and Zach Garcia. They bowled
Felix.
phenomenal yesterday. You know, I bowled with Zach last week in the Colorado.
Scratch tour?
The scratch tour.
Mhm.
You know, I bowled okay. I finished 6th there. I thought, oh, I'm on my way. I'm back, right? But like I said, I had a busy week of work, limited amount of practice. I missed my league because my dog had he got neutered,
Okay.
and then he kind of had an accident. And right before bowling, we were trying to clean him up. Whole story. So I missed my league night on Thursday night. On top of it, I didn't get out and practice. I'm saying, and I was close. And I'm tired of being close. I've been close a lot. I've been close my whole life. And it's if I want to be like these guys bowling, I have to do the extra work. And if you're listening, that just goes for everything.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, I'm working on trying to make a successful business, and that takes a lot out of you, right? And I try to bowl, and you try to have kids and dogs and families, and there's so many things that come up, and it's easy to make excuses.
But you had some really good success early on because you won 2 regionals. A lot of people
That's crazy.
in this day and age, they see your banner or see the Guy Goes banner up there, and they assume it's Noah. They don't give you any credit.
That's what I'm saying. I've been close, and I had the opportunity. You know, I bowled regionals. I bowled regionals. I bowled the national tour for a while. I
You
beat
bowled the Pro-Am.
Yeah, I bowled the Pro-Am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bowled as a pro. That
Yep,
was cool.
you did.
You know, I bowled the Masters. I've cashed in all the majors. I bowled Pete Weber. I beat Pete Weber in the Masters one year.
As you should.
Stop.
Just
Yeah.
kidding.
I bowled the U.S. Open. I got a check. When I bowled the U.S. Open in Los Angeles, I got a check. I made it to. They used to do, I think it was 18 games, and then if they did the first cut, and then you bowled 9 more games the next day, and then they went to the top 24.
Yes.
So I made that cut to I bowled the 9 games. I ended up missing the next cut. So Friday night, I drove from Los Angeles to New Mexico to bowl a regional. And I got there, called Pete. Hey, Pete, I'm on my way. This is when Pete McCordick was the director. And I got B squad. He let me sleep a little bit. And I ended up, I remember this tournament because I bowled with Mike Miller at Starlight Lanes down there. And I went 68 frames in a row before I had an open.
There you
That's
go.
crazy.
You know, that was a lot of that. And so, like, I have,
that's
like,
a lot.
these kind of these bars, I guess. And so I have these expectations. And so when my body doesn't do what my mind tells it, it's like, okay, let's figure this out.
Yeah.
And now I'm trying to problem solve now.
Yeah, and I think that's a byproduct of us as human beings getting older. We got to figure out, okay, what I used to be able to accomplish it this way. Now I'm going to have to accomplish it that way to be able to still get those same results. Meaning, have to get up earlier, stretch out, do this, that. But
Yep.
when you're younger, you just get up, roll out of bed, come and
Uh-huh.
bowl, no big deals. It was great. Those days are over.
Yep,
So,
long gone.
yes.
long
Even
gone.
league takes a little while to get a little warmed up now.
Right.
But it is what it is, and like you said, there's a lot of stuff to bowl for the seniors now compared to when we were juniors or younger. The seniors basically had maybe one tour-ish. Now they've got, because all those players from our era are now seniors, so
Right.
then, and we still have the want, desire to bowl.
Totally.
So
That's
and-
awesome.
And the great thing is, so we as seniors still have the want and desire to bowl. We've got the middle level who's bowling now, the Noahs and Zachs and all the Joe McGuire's, those guys. And now you have youngsters coming up, and they are just incredible. Watching the junior programs nowadays is not even close to when I was in juniors.
No, it's growing. It's fantastic. Junior gold is huge, and it's like every year there's get like 5,000 kids out to a tournament like that or something.
Yeah.
Should we update these matches and see what's going on?
So it looks like I gotta get glasses for this. Once again, I'm old.
Looks like Zach is ahead of Noah.
Yes. So Zach is leading his
He has a possible 203 to Noah's 196 if they both strike out.
on 3 and 4. Sloan is leading his match. He's
Bowling Jared Hunter
138 in the 8th to
101. I told you this.
101 in the 7th.
They're a little tricky. So Sloan shoot
So Sloan's
188 if he strikes out, and Jared could shoot 181 if he strikes out.
So Sloan takes care of the spare. Martinez, who's in front of us, he's bowling Tabitha.
He's got not looking good. He's got a potential 140 going.
So Tabitha's won this.
Yep, he's lost his match.
Then we have Felix and Joe McGuire. Felix is looking strong there. Felix is pretty much got it locked. He just
Yep.
needs to make a mark.
235 to 20.
Then we've got Greg Nerum, and he's bowling maxed.
Max Casey maxed it?
Yep.
Okay.
Uh,
He throws it really good.
Yes.
Except that time. Sorry about
The
that,
hex
Casey.
on him. It's a close match
Let's see.
until that open there.
Yeah. I
I'm
can't see
really
that far either.
surprised.
Okay, then we got Kelso is struggling, but he can pull us out. Because who's Kelso bowling? Whoever he bowled, his opponent shot 152.
152, yep.
And Kelso's sitting on a strike of 131. So Kelso's going to win this one, barring. Okay.
He trips
I
that.
didn't want to put the hex on him.
Right.
And then going down. Now it gets a little sketchy. I can't see that.
I
far.
can see Blake is bowling Dwayne
And
Stark, and looks like
Maloney's-
Dwayne's going to win that one with 2-teen.
Okay. Maloney's bowling. Good question. I didn't like his reaction, so he didn't bowl well there. We'll get results as they get done. They'll bring us a sheet with them over.
Quick update on what's happening.
Oh, absolutely.
One game matches, so they're going to change
Yep.
after this. 30 pins for the win.
15 for a tie.
Uh-huh.
Awesome. So, the Felix match right here. So, Joe could finish with 206. So, yes, that is going to force Felix to mark.
Yep, at least get some
Good job, Tabitha.
wood.
I mean, comes out the gate 2-0 or 2-10.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter who you are. If you put a four-bagger on somebody, they're going
Oh,
to
yeah.
start squeezing a little bit. And
Exactly.
Oh,
she
yeah.
put a four-bagger on Martinez, and, Chris is probably one of the best around. And so, there's proof that we're all human,
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody can get beat at any time.
especially in a one-game match.
Oh yeah.
He'll probably come over here now and bowl a 250.
Oh, kudos to her. Hopefully, and I don't know her story, and just hoping that she doesn't start to feel the pressure.
Right. No,
Just
that's
keep doing what you're doing.
a good start right there. Plus the, 30 pins for the bonus. Going to be, honestly,
She's gonna be in the top.
she's like I think that's the second highest game so far.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
and
91.66.
they were talking
So-
about yesterday that there was actually a I think it was a women's nationals champion here.
Okay.
But I can't remember if it was her or not.
Okay. I know there was a couple women in the field. Noah needs to double right here to win his match, and he just got the second one.
There you go.
So now he needs 4 pins to win. So,
Keep it on the lane.
yeah, what a comeback there to get those 30 pins.
Yeah, he's had to 2 splits because it goes split, double, spare, strike, split, spare, strike, spare, and then sheet basically. Kudos to Zach. He had the 1 open, so he kept it fairly clean. Keep
Yeah,
it close.
he bowled clean. He just needed to finish the 10th there, and when you get to this level against these guys, it always comes down to the details.
Yep.
The small details. Finishing games in the 10th, staying clean as long as you can. Splits are going to happen, but you can't miss single pins. You probably get tired of me saying that because I did not. I slept mad. Remember I asked you, did you sleep mad? I was mad at myself.
I get it though.
No,
I get it.
Yeah, so
Oh yeah.
practice those single pins however you can. However, I'm going to find a way. I want to figure a way, and next week I'll have a better story. I'm going to say I made them all.
I had that same issue last week.
Absolutely.
I had to make a 10 pin in the 10th frame to win the Princess Division, and I missed the 10 pin.
Oh, yeah.
So my friend Danny won, so congratulations to her. But it was crazy. It was super close.
Right. But it's one, you did that to yourself in a sense, right? And so like you feel that pain right in your gut, and you're like, like
Yeah.
I've been in matches where I've got beat.
Yep.
It happens. Bowling's a game you lose a lot more than you win. But when you have a chance to win and you do it to yourself, that's the most empty feeling. And I mean, we could relate to that. Those are the doubt, but it makes you better in the long run. If you remember that, and you say, I'm going to go shoot 100 of these now, and I have to make 99 of them.
Yeah.
Then
So we're going to put both you guys on a couch right now.
I know, right? We got our...
But I feel like if you learn anything from that is that your mental game is, even if you do break down, your mental game's pretty strong. But it was just weird because I felt like last week it was my best mental game I've had ever, which is weird because my mental game is not very good.
You're growing though. You're young, and so like every moment, every tournament's going to be a new experience. And if you could have something similar from the last tournament, that's growing, and that's going to make you better.
Yes, I agree.
Sabrina Hershey was your diamond winner.
Yes.
Thanks, Renee.
Yeah, she smoked me a couple times in this tournament. She's a great bowler. Great bowler.
This gave you the business.
Uh-huh.
All right, coming to our pairs for game 2. Looks like we're going to have Noah and Sloan. And Zach is bowling someone.
Really?
Yes. All right, we'll take a quick break while they get themselves together. We'll be back in just a moment.
Sweet.
All right. Game 2 underway in our round robin. Got Zach Garcia and Jared. Jared has the last name.
Jared Hunter.
There you go, Hunter.
Yeah, he grew up bowling Mile High Tour. He's from Wyoming. He's one of the house bowlers here.
Okay.
I
How
don't
do
know.
you know so much about everything? No.
I've been around for 40 years in this game.
That's
You know,
true.
people think I'm a senior already. They almost let me bowl the seniors. I almost snuck in, but
Somebody would have ratted you out.
yeah, no. So, but I have been around a long time. I've in my early 20s, I ran 3 pro shops, so I met a lot of bowlers then. And then after that, I managed bowling centers for AMF. I was a shift manager, and in order for them to give me 40 hours, I had keys to 3 different centers. So I met a lot of bowlers in my day.
There you go.
Just being around the city, and you know, and then a lot of bowling. I could go across the country and walk into a bowling alley and probably know somebody. You know, Facebook nowadays, you know, has you know, have a good following in the bowling community. It's really a small world when one of those deals, you know, and so
Because it
yeah.
seems like everywhere you go, even when you go to nationals or you go to a different tournament in a different state, you run into somebody you know.
Yep. Yeah, no, I bowled with somebody and all of these individuals at some point. You know, if I haven't, it's pretty rare. So yeah, I know a lot of people. I try to remember everybody's name. It's hard, but you know, it's just a respect thing that I try to go by. You know, and
Oh, absolutely.
I do know a lot of people. I've been bowling a long time, 40 years, like I said, and 3 leagues a week sometimes. When I managed bowling centers, I hated bowling. I was like, I don't want to do this. I don't want
It's
to be
tough.
around it. And then when I got out of that and I started doing the masonry work, and then Noah was in college, in high school and college at that time, and he was really getting into it. And he kind of got me back into it.
Okay.
And so, like, that's been awesome.
All right. So Dwayne Stark was your leader. Shot 222.
222, that was high game.
Yep. Felix 215. Tabitha was third, 211.
Yep.
Noah 196. Greg Nerum 194. Kelso 189. Maloney 188. 81 for Jared Hunter. Joe McGuire 204. He lost.
But he
that's why.
lost. Yep. So that's why he didn't get those. That's where those
Exactly.
bonuses come in.
Yeah. So that's no doubt.
So he would have beat 3 of the other winners, 4 of the other winners, right? Talking about match play.
Exactly.
But that's how this game is. You gotta I say sometimes, a lot of times, I've forgotten more about bowling than most people know.
Yep.
And I've done everything in the bowling center. I've worked in the back. I've worked the desk. I've bartended. I've cooked. Ran the lanes. You know how you've done the same thing. You own your own bowling center.
Exactly.
And it's a lot of work. And the last thing you want to do is bowl.
Absolutely. That's what people don't get. They think if you own a center or even if you have a pro shop or work in a center, they're like, oh, you know, you get to practice all the time and you're, you know, really, really good. All this. It's the last thing you want to do after you worked 16
and
hours
you've been
a
in
day.
you've been in the center 40, 60 hours a week, and it's your own is probably 80 hours, you know, and like, you know, it's the last
tough,
thing I
it's
wanted to do. And then when I got outside, I remembered the game, and then I got back into it, and it's like the passion is back. We go through our phases as bowlers where it's good to take some time off,
Yeah.
get rid of some injuries, some bad habits, some mental flaws, you know, and it's one of those games that you either have to really submerge yourself into and practice a lot if you want to be great, and you also need to chill out mentally, you know. I've started even meditating lately,
Okay.
meditating and praying. I learned one thing. They said that when you pray, that's what you ask, and when you meditate, that's when you listen. And I had to learn how to pray because I'm selfish, and I was like, please, God, or whoever you believe in, you know, let me do this and blah, blah, blah. And it was just more for selfish reasons. But now as I've been learning a little bit more about myself and things, it's more now like, help me to understand, help me to be a good sport today, and thank you for just letting me play this game and be able to be out here and competitive. You know, let me pass my knowledge along to somebody and be helpful. So like, if you would have listened to me now and listened to me a few years ago, it's complete change. But I have a lot more respect for the game again, and it's like I'm bowling like a kid again. It's fun. It's teaching me life lessons again. You know, no matter how many you knock down there, they're gonna set them back up and give you another chance.
Absolutely.
You know, take advantage of it. And so, like, there's a lot of life lessons in this game, and bowling's given me a lot.
Yeah.
I've bowled all over the country, bowled, big tournaments, and so, like I said, I took advantage of that for a long time as a young person, and,
absolutely.
not
But if it wasn't for bowling, I probably wouldn't have been half the places I've been to be honest.
Uh-huh.
Because there was, not knocking Montana, but when we went to there for nationals, would I ever went to Montana before that? Probably not.
Probably not, right.
Tennessee, same thing. Went there for nationals. But now you start to see those places. You're like, you know what? I can go back there, hang. You see a bunch of different places, a bunch of different things, and
learn some history about places.
Absolutely. You get older, and you're like, oh, you know what? There's a lot going on. In
Yeah,
this
my
country.
kids, they're like, I like to read the signs, right? And they're like, look, there's a sign, Dad, you want to read it? And they give me a hard time about it. And I'm like, look, you guys are crazy. Wait till you get old.
Exactly.
And so I've been pretty fortunate. I have 3 fantastic kids. My son, Noah, obviously took after me in bowling, and he's a pharmacist as well. So his worth ethic and dedication to what he does is there. He's a good example for all the bowlers out there, and we were comparing. He's kind of like Chris Vi. They have a similar build, similar style, the way they throw it, the way they kind of approach things. They're thinkers, and you could tell they're thinkers because of the minds never stop. And when I talk to I'm his second set of eyes. I'm still watching him even though I'm talking with you guys. I'm still seeing what's going on, and I have to write a thesis to convince him to make a change sometimes, and to make him believe what I'm seeing. Not that I'm right. It's just this is what I'm seeing.
Absolutely.
But we work pretty good as a team. So not that right lane doesn't look too good.
No.
I think so. The first one he went through the face, and now that time he missed the head pin to the right. And it's touchy. There's not a lot of room out there.
Yeah, these aren't easy by no stretch of the imagination.
And I think in match play today, they're probably going to play a little bit harder because they don't change as fast as they do with 6 on a pair.
Correct. And by the time you figure, the key here now is getting lined up on said pair as quick as you can. Because and then understanding, okay, now I'm moving to the next pair, I got to figure out what I'm going to do again. Don't come in with that same mindset coming to the next pair because it may be completely different, and you get trapped into making the same shots you were making on the pair before.
Totally. You have to be open to adjustments, kind of have some versatility plans, a tweak here, tweak there.
Don't be stubborn.
You can't get stuck doing the same thing over, and that's the thing what bowlers think is, I got to repeat. I get that to a point, but I like to say, I like to recreate. Let's recreate this shot. It's similar to the last one, but if I repeat it, the lane is changing, the ball's picking up some oil. There's some variables that are changing. It might probably strikes if you repeat it, for a number of times, but ultimately it's going to not strike. So you have to recreate that so that you're staying ahead of that transition, staying ahead of those moves. And but it's not, I think, like they say, I get the repeat, though, part,
Yeah, it's hitting a target and then understanding good pair.
No,
good
with the spare right
awesome. There. Is understanding, okay, now I got to make my adjustment to make it work.
Too steep. Okay.
There you go.
See that? I'm a sounding board, and sometimes what I've learned is I try not to tell him what to do. I try to listen, and then let him talk to me, and I let him explain it and say it out loud and get it off his chest. And if there's a moment for an answer, I give him the answer. Otherwise, I try to make it seem like it's his idea, and then this way he can make that adjustment, and he's confident in it. And it's easier. Fine line is a coach, too. A coach and a parent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because as a parent, I want to see him do good every time. And I get more nervous sometimes back here watching than I do bowling. But as a coach, I have to understand, I have to put him in the right mindset. And I can't tell him too much. I can't say, you did this, you did this, you did this. That's too much.
Absolutely.
I just need to let him vent, say what he needs to say, and, not respond, and then just kind of be that support. And then when he 99% of the time comes up with the right answer as he's telling me what he's saying. And then it's like, okay, well, you said it, so you did it, and this and this. And so, like, instincts, instincts is the number one rule in this game. I have a sensei that told me, if you think of a ball change, just do it. Ball change. As soon as you think about it, you've already given up on that old ball. So just change. A lot of people say, oh, I'm thinking about ball changing, and they wait 2 or 3 frames. Well, you just wasted those 2 or 3 frames after you thought about it.
Oh, absolutely. My mindset's always been, if it comes into your mind for a ball change, go ahead and do it. And if it doesn't work, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
But the problem you have, as in my opinion, as a human being, is this: once that thought enters your mind, then if you stick with said original ball, you're always going to have doubt about whether that other one was better anyway. So then you're just fighting different things.
That's the insanity part.
So you have to really, if that's in my, and there's some people who can get away with it, like, oh, no, I just thought about it, I'm just going to move on, whatever. Hey, more kudos to them.
Right, or they throw one more strike, right, in the next 3 frames, but he's fighting himself now.
Yep.
Sometimes when you bowl so good on Saturday and you get such a big lead like that and the lanes seem real easy, Sunday, I've led a regional on Saturday and came back and missed the top 12. So
and that goes to the same thing as learning to, or understanding that once said pattern is reapplied for the second time, it gets a little tighter, a little tighter, a little tighter, a little tighter.
Yeah, that's true.
They didn't have anything going last night, so they just applied it for the tournament, applied it again today. Going to be a little tighter. Now you only have 2 people on a pair versus this 6 that you had yesterday, 6 or 8. So, like you said earlier, the transition is going to take a lot longer, and it's going to take much longer for it to open up completely.
Totally. Yep. Yesterday it blew up, started like around game 4 or 5. Actually, it was a lot of guys started in too far.
Yep.
And
That's
as a left-hander, I'm probably not allowed to say these things, but I watch and I see a lot. And I see a lot of right-handers, as soon as they see their ball hook, especially on these harder patterns, they want to move into it. And then they don't see their ball hook, and then they move back, and then they're like, when the move is, should probably just be more right and try to throw it a little straighter as long as you can, and then you jump
absolutely.
in. Right? So I think a lot of these guys just started way too early, and now that's not happening. So, like, I seen skid, wanna hook, skid, and then it might hook again early. That's what I seen early, and that's kind of what I'm seeing happening to Noah. I'm gonna jump down there and have a quick conversation with him.
You got it. Go take care of
See what
business.
we can do here.
Absolutely. All right, again, game 2 of the Cheyenne Masters, day 2. This is round robin. We'll eventually get to our top 5. Top 5 will do step ladder for our finals. After game 1, just a little recap. Game 1, Dwayne Stark was your leader, shot 222, got 30 bonus pins. Felix Garcia shot 215. He hits 30 bonus pins as well. He won his match. Tabitha at the ball, 211 to win her match. Noah Gallegos, 196 and won his match. And Greg Nerum, 194 to win his match. So her cut to get to the top 5 is plus 24. All right, we're about 3/4 of the way through game 2. We'll be back in just a moment.
getting to the end of the matches again.
Yes, in game 2.
Game 2. So we were seeing a little bit of early hook, and then if he would move in, it would hang. So what we were talking about before we went to the break, my first suggestion was get a little right and throw it to where Felix was kind of throwing it to, because that's how the lane got broken down. And so, of course, he gave me 2 or 3 suggestions. He went through his head. And I said, well, then maybe move in, and with the ball that hooks, is going to hook and throw it slow. I said, but you got to make sure to throw it slow because it's going to make the corner. He said, well, I think they're still too flat in the middle to do that. And so, which is fair because there's no build-up, So he ended up going with the lethal venom and playing the straighter of the 2 shots down lane. He caught a break in the 9th frame. Scott opened in the 9th. Has a chance to shoot 169 to strike out. If Noah could strike out
77?
177, yeah. And
so strike was huge. Actually, striking the 9th was huge.
And so I'm down on 1 and 2. I forgot that lefty's name. He's one I don't know. One person I don't know in the entire building.
Joe?
Joe.
Yeah.
Joe McGuire.
Yep.
There we go.
Show me the money.
You'll never forget his name now.
Nope.
That's before her time. She's just laughing. She has no idea what you were
He's like,
referring
what
to.
do you
No idea. No idea.
He's looks like I can't see. Is that a 165 or 185?
185.
So he's got 205 to Chris's 203. Oh wait, but he
missed
just
a spare.
opened.
Opened in 10th.
Oh, so
194.
194.
Gave Chris a break of
So
a lifetime.
Martinez needs to double to win. Felix.
Double
is-
to get you out of trouble.
Yep, shooting 168 to
Tabitha's going to put up.
Tabitha.
She could put up another 206.
206.
Zach is going to lose to
Jared Hunter.
Jared 197. Zach's 164.
164.
160 for Zach.
And then I can't see
Yes.
down there.
Now we're getting
Yeah.
we're getting beyond our scope of eyesight.
Philip David.
It's put up a good number.
Yeah, against Dwayne Stark. He's got a possible 229. Oops.
Nope. Blew by the head pin.
That's how easy it is.
You
to miss
gas
the head
one
pin.
and you can forget it.
Let's see a big shot here for Noah. He needs to double to win his match.
Tabitha.
Lethal Venom up the side. Oh, he's
Comes up a little short.
Yep, do it a little too wide. Does not going to be happy with that. He's going to lose that match, 130-59 to 157 if he makes the spare and strikes. Martinez got
Needed
the
to
first
double.
one.
Oh,
Yep, and then
so he's going to lose that
comes
one.
up light, 194 to 190. Yeah, 193 if he spares.
No. He's sitting on 193 now, right?
If he makes the spare.
He wins. Because 2's going to give him 95. So he's got to make the spare. He makes the spare, he wins. Or else it's going to be a tie.
Oh, wow.
Why?
I can't see that far.
So
Oh, yeah, that.
I think.
Because he was on the strike.
Yep.
Oh,
And he doesn't get any.
wait. Did he?
Is that right? Yeah, 191.
191.
The 2 would have
Oh, yeah,
not
with
got him there.
93.
Because we were doing.
Yeah.
We're
These scores are tricky.
Yes.
Sometimes.
We have to recalibrate how the scores are.
Yep.
When you go to a bunch of centers, it gets tricky all the time.
And
They
then
should
they
just make
move-
it universal.
And then they move back and forth. So Noah money's that one in the fill ball. Loses the match by 2 pins. Oh, that's a tough one.
Tabitha is going to finish at 214.
214. She's cruising. That's
Two-
That's 60
two
bonus
deuces.
pins right there.
Yes.
She's probably going to jump in the lead after the first 2 games.
I'm going to go, our next break and go ask if females ever won this event.
That's a good question. If anyone has, I wouldn't be surprised if Sabrina hasn't won it.
Correct. It's incredible. I mean, not taking away from any females, but there's been some great bowlers come through here.
Totally.
And the competition is so tough because traditionally you had the best from Colorado coming up.
Uh-huh.
You had the best from Wyoming showing up.
Sure.
And Nebraska.
One thing that I don't think a lot of people know about is that the bowling in Nebraska the colleges is really good.
Oh, absolutely.
And so there's a lot of college bowlers that bowled yesterday in this. You know, like from the Blake Ernest and his group, there's a bunch of young guys that come up with him. The Starks, I think there was the whole family of Starks. There's like 20 of them. Like, man, you guys, they were all bowling, you know. And Dwayne, you know, I think he's the oldest one out of them, made it. So
there you go.
Hey,
That's something to say about experience.
but they support the tournament. You know, they have a big group that always shows up. There's a good, it's probably like, I think 10 of them or whatnot. He has 2 other brothers that show up with their sons, and then their college buddies. You know, Zach bowled at Hastings, and just down the road.
It's incredible.
No, and college bowling is amazing.
Huge.
It's so fun. If you've never been to a college tournament, it's there's
different world.
Energy in that house.
Yeah.
It is fun.
Yeah, no doubts about it. So we're going into game 3. We're going to have Sloan. We're going to see who he's bowling against.
It's easy to shoot 160s in here, 170s, and
So Sloan and Garcia are going to bowl each other.
okay.
And then Zach is bowling.
So probably the odds are
Moving,
here, right? 1 through 8, and then the evens are down there.
I think so. Or they're, yes, I think you're right.
Yeah.
So who's Noah bowling?
Noah's gonna bowl on 3 and 4. I believe he's bowling Joe McGuire.
Okay. And then
Gotcha.
Zach is going to bowl Martinez.
Zach versus Martinez sounds right. Jared Hunter versus Tabitha.
Yep. You got it right.
Yep. We'll see what's happening down on that end in a few.
Actually, we're doing all this work, and we could have made this a whole lot easier on ourselves. So we're going to switch over here really quick. We can see who's bowling.
Hey. Technology, right?
Yeah.
Let's use it. So the year I won this one, I bowled one person 3 times.
Okay.
Really?
So I bowled Trenton Johnson. He's a lefty. My God, they were 3 of the hardest matches I bowled. And I bowled him in the regular round robin. I think he was the leader or whatever. I caught him in the regular round robin. I caught him in the position round because the 8th game is a position round. I was the number 1 seed, I think. I beat him both those. You know how hard it is to beat one person one time? It's very hard to beat that same person 2 times.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then I caught him again in the step ladder because he went through the ladder and I was the number 1 seed. So I had to beat him 3 times
Tough.
to win that tournament. And like, I beat him. It was hard, and we had some fantastic matches. They were good. They were good scores, and so like, there's just weird things that happened. Last year, he ended up winning the tournament, but I bowled him in match play. I beat him again.
There you go. You got his number.
I don't know. Don't we won't say that too loud. But it's like he was the champ, but he didn't beat the champ. I'm just kidding. That's how bowling is, though. You can bowl somebody, bowl him, and you know. And it's not like he's bowled bad. I've had to bowl my ass off against him, and it's those kind of moments that it's like just fun, and you're like, oh, this is why I do it.
Yeah.
The competition and
The adrenaline.
mm-hmm.
And there's going to be some people that just have your number. No matter what you do.
Oh,
they beat
totally.
You shoot 250, they shoot 260. You shoot, they shoot 180, you shoot 179.
Right.
It's just nature of the beast. And there's going to be people, you have their number. No matter what you do, you always end up winning against them. So. Who do we got going on? So we got Philip David.
Philip David.
He's
is
bowling.
Greg.
And
we got
Ernest.
Blake Ernest is bowling. I don't know that guy either.
Kevin Maloney?
Nope, right here.
Curtis? Is that it? Curtis?
It is. Let's take a look.
We'll get him. We'll know them all by the end of the day.
Clay?
Clay Shields.
Clay. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
You had the first letter right.
Yeah, it's the only thing that I can see.
So we'll hang out here for a little bit, see what's going on the other side of the world.
My 25-year-old son came the other day and he said, Dad, I went to the eye doctor. He goes, and they said I need glasses. I said, gee, what does that mean for me?
Here's Philip David looking for a double. He was your number yesterday.
He was.
Minus
He was the
24.
number. Here comes the standings. She's running them over
She
to
is
us.
running.
So awesome. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Look at your leader.
Tabitha.
211,
Wow.
214. Won both of those.
One pin over Dwayne Stark. He's won both his matches.
He shot 202 that game. Chris Kelso, 192 with a win. Jared Hunter, 197 in a win. And Joe McGuire, 194 in a win.
Yep.
So you can shoot 190s and still win.
And win. And those 30 pins, that's going to be the difference, you know. Let's see.
Casey did shoot 213 and won his match. He's just got some catch up to do from game
Oh,
one.
yeah, that 134.
But it moved him up. I mean, he
Uh-huh.
was in the bottom and he moved himself
Uh-huh.
halfway up the pack. So shooting a decent score and then getting the 30 bonus sticks is very, very helpful.
Oh, yeah.
Scott Sloan, he won his match at 159. The 30 doesn't help him as much. He gets in 189, which helps,
Right,
but
right.
not the 213 style. So current cut for 5th place,
Plus 28.
Yep. And
Nice.
right behind us, Maloney's at plus 27. So he's right there, as well as Greg is plus 14, Fields plus 12.
Yep.
Everybody's still basically in a hunt. We've got a long ways to go.
This is where
Battling it out.
you get one game in there, you know, a 240 or something, and get those bonus pins. That's 70 pins. You make up a lot of ground,
Yes.
and,
And you
don't-
feel really good.
and you feel really good. Like even a 220 might be a good game right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't need that.
Tabitha, she's showing you what to do
Slow and steady, consistent.
and when it matches.
Yep.
She's just keeping.
She has
and
3 in
again,
a row.
Yeah, she's figuring it out. All I gotta do is keep the ball in play. It's
Just keeping it in front of her, keeping it straighter is greater.
Yes.
You know. No, goes Brooklyn there. He's trying to go straighter too, and he's kind of battling the lanes a little bit.
Here's Mr. Neeram. Again, he led the qualifying last year, and I think he ended up in 4th place last year.
Yeah, he made the step ladder. I remember that. That was good. Comes in a little light, even the 2. Blake, he's won this tournament 2 times. He's looking for his 3rd title.
Awesome.
I think Chris Martinez has finished 2nd in this tournament like 9 times. Something like that. He's looking for a win.
So that's a question we were talking about, I think last week. Would you rather? So we'll take this tournament as an example. You bowl it 10 times, right? Would you rather have 8 second places, a 3rd? They're having a little powwow. There you go. So 8 seconds and 2/3, or 1 at once and never made the cut.
Tough one. Because we always want to win.
Correct.
But, man,
That's
that's
consistency, and
consistency.
everybody
over-
knows that you're
and-
coming to the party.
Yeah, and your money's going to be a lot greater that way, you know. I think I would take the seconds. I've got a lot of seconds in my day, so like I would definitely take in the seconds, you know. And but winning is so freaking hard,
Yes, it is.
and so like you gotta maybe that one win you kind of just appreciate it, you know. And then yeah, that's a great question. Great question. It's it's like
tough. It's
yeah,
tough.
it's like would you rather have more money or more time?
That's a very good question.
And because time is valuable, and
Very.
you know we spend our money, but we need it. And no, these are life's questions, you know. So Noah turned around and asked me, "What should I do?" And I said, "Throw it like Tabitha." And he said, "Because we throw it so similar." Not so much you throw it so much similar, but you need to get into that same part of the lane.
Yeah.
You got to take what the lane is giving you,
Absolutely.
you know.
And she definitely has figured that out.
She's got a 5-bagger up there now, and that confidence train is building.
Yes.
That's a, you know.
No doubts. I've got to figure this out. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna come back. I'm gonna figure out 2 things: whether a female's won. If a female has not won, that's gonna lead to my second question: has one made the stair step?
I know one. I'm pretty sure one's made the stair step.
Okay, so we're going to figure it out. We'll be back in just a moment.
Yep. Awesome.
Okay, well, switch back over here. We got Felix on the front 5. Tabitha, who's off screen, she's on 1 and 2. Went front 5 and a 9 spare. 9 spare.
Keeping it clean.
She is. That's, if you can do that, you're probably going to win a lot of matches.
Yes.
Scott Sloan there with a nice strike. Here's Felix looking for a 6-bagger, also known as a
Triple double.
There you go. Chris Martinez strikes there. So this is a modified round robin. They took the odds and evens from yesterday and split them in half. So all the odds from yesterday will bowl around against themselves. All the evens will bowl around against themselves.
Gotcha.
Good shot there. Felix, front 6.
Woo, Felix.
Felix just run Rocky Mountain Seniors in Colorado Springs last week.
So he's on fire.
He is.
One of the nicest people ever.
Yes, no doubts about that. That's because we haven't talked to Tabitha yet.
It's true.
No, it's a joke.
Gotta give Felix crap once in a while.
Yeah, most definitely. Okay, so the information that I've garnered is this. Female has not won.
Not one.
Stair step, yes.
Okay.
Sabrina, they say
Okay.
Sabrina has made a stair step.
I knew that.
Oh. So Sabrina did make that. We're going to... She won in diamonds. And then Tabitha happened to be the Wyoming Ladies Bowler of the Year last year.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, yeah, there's no doubt she can bowl.
Makes a lot of sense.
Felix leaves a 7-pin.
A 7-10
Oh, 7-10. I didn't
after a
see the 10.
6-bagger. So here's what we're seeing through the eyes of Noah. Yesterday he was able to bowl in qualifying with Chris Calzo and Al and myself. And just between the three of them, that's a ton of rev rate.
Yes.
And so they chew up the lane fast,
Yeah.
right? And so obviously today, Noah's seen a lot less friction. And so he's kind of having to stay a little more right than he was yesterday. That spot's not opening up as quick. And then guys like Felix is a little further right of him. Sabrina's kind of in the same spot, but with a little straighter ball roll. You can see if he doesn't get it through the fronts correctly, it wants to go, and if he gives it a little bit of room, it's not gonna make it. So it has to be just right on line. There's just no friction right now. They're kind of carrying down. This is what lefties experience when lefties bowl by themselves
Yeah,
after a couple games, is you get carried down before you get the transition and the blow up, and you get that little hole. You know, in a game or two, we might see some more hook down lane, but it's just happening a lot slower today than it did yesterday. And so
So is this mindset to, I'm going to use the same ball you used yesterday, just keep myself right, or do I pick up a bigger piece and go at it?
that's a good question, because all the variables, you know, the second time the lane pattern's been on, who's bowling good? You know, we kind of looked at Felix. He's throwing a solid big ace-in ball off the corner. So I think Noah's wanting to stay a little more right than he was yesterday, with a different ball. Like I said, the look that he had yesterday isn't quite there. It's not quite the same. And it's just the way the lanes get created and they get played on. And so not having that extra rev rate, a couple extra frames, you don't get that little extra help.
Exactly.
And so I was fortunate yesterday. I was following a lefty who was playing him close to where I was playing him, and another lefty in front of him who was just I feel like a lot of times they just play him too far right, and they get caught in the track area where there's a lot of one-to-one, the flat areas, and it just makes it really, really hard to play in there. And so, like, my thought is I try to get as far left as I can and take one of those out of play, either whether it be the hook or the hook or the hang. I want to take one, and with 46 feet, I figured I had a little bit of hold, so I could get as close to the gutter, and then I could just tug it up the lane if I needed to.
Okay.
You know, I can't throw it in the gutter, so I take one opportunity of a miss away. And if I did throw it to the gutter, the one board was just sparky. If you touch that thing, it'll bing. And at one point I was actually trying to hit it, but that was hard. And
Yeah.
I just wasn't able to get the reaction I wanted out of it. But if you watch the lefty, if you've seen a couple of his shots, he touched the one board and then went right in the pocket. The next shot, I think he hit the 2 or 3 board, and he missed the head pin, hit the 2 pin in the face. That's just how tight they are on our side. This is an asymmetric pattern, you know, so the left side is a little different than the right side. But what I seen was skid, want to hook, then a little bit of skid, and then maybe I'm going to hook.
Okay.
And so, like, it was speed sensitive. You had to be really good on your speed. Tabitha throwing a strike in the 10th.
She's
Gonna
gonna
shoot
win this.
250 this game.
Yeah.
And with that 30,
That's what we were talking about. 80 pin bonus right there. She's going to get a nice lead with 5 games to go.
she's just feeling super comfortable right now.
Yep, she's got the best look in the house.
No doubts. No doubts about that.
Maybe this will be the
First
first.
year?
Yeah.
Could be. Could be. There you go.
Lane-
Zach with a nice shot there.
Yep, lane 4 looks good. Zach has really good speed for this pattern. He's going to throw a good game this game.
He just decided to throw a 5 count in there just to make it interesting.
Right?
But Chris is not going anywhere. Chris is still in the game.
Yeah, that's
33 he gets here.
33, and then let's see, that's 250, 252.
Yep.
It's an odd score.
I told you that 5 count was just there for the fun.
Uh-huh.
Then there's Felix, who goes 6 in a row, 8 miss, and is now on a double
Yeah.
going into the 10th.
7-10, and then get either one. I've always told the youngsters, that's my new motto with them, is this. You can miss every spare you want if you can throw an 8-bagger every game.
Yeah, that's hard to do though.
Exactly. So hence, yes, I make them work on their spares.
Yeah,
'cause-
that's. You're right though. If you could get an 8-bagger in there, or
yeah. If you are so good, you get 8-baggers on anything you bowl on. You never have to shoot a spare the rest of your life.
No.
At that point, spares are overrated.
Yes, no doubt. And you're gonna make a lot of money hustling a lot of people.
Right. Yeah, put an 8-bagger up on somebody. Most of the time they crumble.
Yes.
Tabitha shot 246.
246 and 30, 276. So it gives her another 76 pins.
Yep.
Felix is, what's again Felix again? He can get the
264.
He can get the 264. And he basically at that point only still gained 19 on her.
Right. And he's but that would probably jump him up into the top 5.
Yes.
Which, like I said, you got to almost win this tournament twice to
Now they're flipping sides.
to win it completely. Get the step ladder. You just got to get the step ladder to still give yourself another chance. Obviously, you want to be higher on that ladder.
What
but-
position you like to finish it for the step ladder? Because there's some people who do not want to be first.
Oh,
I am
Really
one of
have you
those
to be
people. I am one of those people.
Yeah, that's a good question too. I've been every seed in my life, I think. I like being the number 1 seed. I do. You're going to be guaranteed second. You got one match. The getting cold part kind of sucks, but if you you warm up enough, hopefully you got a good routine and you can stay in it enough.
Gotcha.
But I kind of think the number 2 or 3 seed is the best seed, because if you get a little momentum, you get rolling, you can see what the lanes are doing. You get to stay kind of in that rhythm of bowling. You don't have that start-stop problem.
True.
But I mean, you're waiting. If you're the 3rd seed, you have to wait for the 4th or 5th guys to bowl. But yeah, that's another good question.
My mindset's always been, okay, how much money's on the line? If first place is 100, 200, 300,000, okay, just put me in the number 1 seed.
Right.
At that point, that consolation prize is pretty good. Good spare there.
Yep. So
Scott's gonna lose. He's got 160.
Noah needs another double, or no? Oh no, he needs a spare.
Yep.
Joe has 179. If he makes this, Noah could,
180.
with a spare and a strike, is in the 190s.
Yep.
And then Chris Martinez shoots his best game of the day, 207, but still loses.
Yes.
He's 0-3.
Some days are just like them.
Some days you're the pin, and some days you're the ball.
Yep. There's no doubts about that.
Sure.
Yeah. Even Noah's hanging in there still now. That 157 would have been better with the bonus pins, obviously, but he's going to get the 30 pins here with a 194, possible 204.
And he gets the first win under his belt.
And gets a win, yep. You'll get those bonus pins. How did Greg end up doing? Do we know
Greg.
that?
Where's he at?
He's sitting down, so we have no idea. Oh, if he's bowling Philip David, he's
Oh,
going to
yeah.
take a loss.
Okay,
Philip
yep.
is putting...
A number.
He's throwing some strikes.
Yeah. So Phillips is in up at 43. So he's actually didn't even catch Tabitha scratch. She's incredible.
She's doing bowling
She's bowling
amazing.
very
No
well.
doubts.
Bowling fantastic.
She came to play.
Yes. So Felix is going to finish at 2.
Felix is bowling with a lot of confidence. I bowled with
Yes.
Felix 2 weeks ago in Loveland too. Also, he finished 5th, just ahead of me. That was a fun cross. And then last week he won the Rocky Mountain Seniors. So he's bowling with a lot of confidence right now.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely. 242. So it's going to give him plus 72.
Yeah, that's going to jump him up there. And Jared Hunter's going to lose, so he's going to fall out of the top 5 probably.
It's going to be a lot of movement for the next couple
Yeah,
games.
it's going to be some moving around here. 5 to go.
So Philip David finished at 229. So
That's a good game.
he might jump. He's going to get close to that number. Naram's going to, what's he going to, 80? I think he's got potential 185 down yonder.
That looked good.
So we want to see how that works out. And this is heading into game 4 or 5?
We're going into game 4.
Okay. We'll be back in just a moment.
was
Okay, now we're back.
practicing.
You're talking to yourself there for a little bit, but that's good. That's a good thing.
All right.
So we have
Chris versus Dwayne.
they're on 1 and 2, 3 and 4. We have Maloney versus
Casey.
Casey.
Max
there we
did.
go. Greg Nerum versus Ernest on
Ernest,
5 and 6.
yep.
And Philip David versus
Clay.
on
Scott versus Chris. Down on
Felix
9 and 10.
and Zach.
Father-son bowling each other.
Yes, Mama, we're Mary is gone. She's not watching this. And then
She said, I'm not watching this one. I'm out of here.
hottest player in the building, Tabitha versus Jared Hunter.
No, I think she's bowling Noah.
Oh, yes, Jared's one more pair.
He's on the
sorry.
pair over, yeah, against the lefty.
Yep,
Jerry.
McGuire.
Jerry Maguire.
There you go.
No, not Jerry. Joe.
Joe McGuire. So this is the opposite. They flip sides
Yep, they
after
flip.
4. So we're going to see what they do down here.
I think the lanes are still pretty hard. They kind of got a little bit better for some of the guys last game. Curious to see how they happen now. Most of the players that made it are straighter. You don't see a lot of guys that are hooking it a lot. You know, Noah's got one of the higher revs, and he's kind of having a hard time keeping the ball off the head pin.
Yeah, Ernest, he went in a little bit, but then
Yeah,
threw it
that
away
one-
from it and got away from it.
Yep, just missed a little bit, and they're still touchy.
Yeah, he's either got to, if he's going to do that, he's going to have to get this ball speed slower to do it. I think his move would be to move back right, to be honest with you.
He's so good up the gutter, and
Is he?
yeah, like he could go. Yeah, I agree. I think especially the way this pair has played, 5 and 6. Felix has been on it. Tabitha's been on it. Most of the players are been straighter, you know.
Yeah, and Greg's giving you a blueprint right now.
Yeah, he stayed out all 8 games. I don't think he moved very much yesterday. He bowled phenomenal from out there. Looks like if they could get it, keep it in between the targeters down lane and just touch that second targeter, it's where they want to be.
Gotcha. We got some. There's gonna be some rubbery down here now.
If
Noah was the first rubbery in the first group. He obviously was the highest.
right,
Now the second group, you got Chris and
Kevin has decent
yes,
revs and
Ernest
cases.
isn't bad. So you got a couple more to go with it. So we'll see if they kind of, for these next 3 games, open it up a little bit more.
Yeah, because they're all in the middle, definitely more left than any of the others were from what we saw earlier.
Because everybody's playing it very straight.
Yes. Straighter is greater, definitely, today. See, he's on the edge right there,
Yep.
and he might not have the right ball in his hand right now. Felix was in the same spot, but he had a lot more surface on his bowling ball. Greg's might be lane shining, you know, it might have been the same ball he's been using. He might not have touched it or whatnot, but it just didn't look like it. It just doesn't look like it has enough teeth in it.
I used to never surface my bowling balls until just recently.
Yep.
Surface is our friend. And
Yeah.
a lot of people, like if you're bowling league or whatever, you're not going to see the difference.
Yeah.
But if you're bowling tournaments, you got to understand the surface. You got to understand your bowling ball. You got to understand your equipment, what one ball does from to the next.
Yep.
You know, and you know the old timers talk about bowling being easier than it was back in the old times, whatever. But there's a lot of different factors. I honestly don't think it's easier. He made the spare. Yeah. I think it's just different.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because now the biggest problem is this. Or, in my opinion, one of the biggest problems that you had in modern game versus back in the day. Yes, back in the day, you didn't have a whole bunch of balls to pick from. Oh, you got all those hook in the box, yada, yada. Yes, agree with all of that. However, now you've got, when you're bowling a tournament, you've got to pick the right piece at the right time.
Right.
That becomes the harder factor
Right.
of what you're going to do.
Right.
And understand the angles of how it needs to achieve said success. Back in the day, to hit a target up front, you're probably going to be pretty good at it.
Right.
Now you're going to need to put the two dots together to get to your line.
Right.
Not saying I'm an old guy, so I understand that accuracy was massively huge back then.
Right.
We've kind of got off a little bit of the yes, you still have to be able to hit a target. I'm never saying that you're never going to have to hit a target, but rev rate has created something that makes the pocket bigger for you.
Right.
That's a little bit of the difference.
True. The
But
power.
yes, power and rev rate is just huge. I mean, again, watching the youngsters and them throwing balls down the lanes, you see some just incredible shots that are misses, slightly behind head pin, and they got some messengers coming flying across taking pins out.
Gavin
Whereas
does
back
that
in the day,
all the
that
time.
never would be the case.
Right. So, like a messenger to me, do you think a messenger is a good hit or?
Nope. Balls behind head pin.
I agree. It's just a lucky break.
Yep.
And but to the power guys, it's a adjustment.
Yep.
And I want to take it one step further with the lanes. In today's, we have these high-tech lane machines.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some of them cost as much as a car.
Yes.
And they could put out these patterns. And then they show you the pattern.
Yes.
It's one of those things like, okay, we're going to show you, and then you could go out, you can have all these ideas in your head, and you could still be wrong.
Yep.
And not play it right. You know, where I feel like back in the old days, is more of a feel game, and there was not as much oil, so you had to do tricks with your hand, and bowling balls weren't as available as they are today. But that's just the progression of the game, and you know, different bowling balls do different things. But I think with the consistency of the patterns, if they're played right, then you have that natural progression of bowling balls. But if they're not played right, then the patterns become really hard.
Absolutely.
And so that's part of to me, today's learning curve is knowing the patterns, matching up your equipment, you know, and
Absolutely. You got me thinking. So, if you really wanted to make this game really hard on both ends of the spectrum, whether it was back in the day or now, the easiest way you could make that, if possible, is if you just flip the technology, meaning just the bowling balls. So, if you had the ability to put out all these patterns today, but you didn't have the technology of the bowling balls, it would be extremely hard.
Right.
And then same thing, if you had all these modern bowling balls and no volume back then, it would be extremely
Exactly.
hard.
You guys be the twister style would be in play.
Everybody. So, in theory, yes, you're taking away the two benefactors of said different errors.
Right.
And I guess the best person to probably, or one of the best people to ever be able to ask and probably get a legit answer that would hold a lot of merit and a lot of weight would be somebody like a Walter Ray. He's seen what it was way back in the day, sees what it is now. Now,
Right.
obviously, he's not in his heyday now, but if you could have asked him as far as 10 years ago when technology was still coming in and people were saying, oh, the game's easier, yada, yada, he would know because that dude's going to be able to hit a target regardless of whatever you put in his hands. And then now, is it making it, because he has these newer pieces of equipment, is it making it easier for him to still be able to strike or what have you? That's the guy who would probably be able to tell you. Same thing as if you could take a two-hander, now you take them back in a day
Right.
with that equipment. Are they going to be as successful?
Oh, went around it. Oh, here
Lucky,
we go.
lucky.
Got some standings. All right. Tabitha hanging up there still in the lead, increasing her lead by 40 pins now over Dwayne Stark, who just keeps winning matches.
Yeah. He won 222, 202, 208. Awesome.
Felix jumped up to third with that 240 game. Philip David, 229, jumped up into fourth spot. Kevin Maloney hanging in there with that 175, but he got the bonus. He hasn't bowled a 200, but he's won every match.
There's your key.
So
90, that's 90 extra pins.
90 extra pins, yep. Then Jared Hunter, he fell out of the top 5, losing to Tabitha. Then Zach Garcia shot a 240, so he gained 70. He moved up to try to jump in the ladder. Noah, he's in 8th, still within shot though. He's 617, 632 is the number, so 15 pins.
Yeah.
Joe McGuire right there behind him, 10 pins behind. Chris Calzo, not bowling. Chris, very Chris-like.
Exactly.
You know, but anything can happen with Chris. He could shoot a number out of nowhere.
Yes.
You know, Greg Knierim, yesterday, second place bowler. Not bowl. I feel he doesn't have enough surface in his hand right now. that's just watching from what I've seen. Chris Martinez just can't win a match. He's moved up. Casey Masters is down there having
Up and down.
up and down, yep. And then Clay, Scott, and Blake. Surprised to see Blake down there, but shooting 160s and 170s. He's probably. Sometimes what happens is you get caught up playing the way you ended the day yesterday, and then you want to see that same thing happen the next day. And so you don't go back to playing
How you
the
started.
beginning again,
Yeah.
right? So that's kind of what I'm seeing out of Blake. Like I said, he's probably one of the best players going up the gutter, and right now he's playing around 15, 12, 15, whatever, and he's just got so much over-under. But he's winning this match, so
He is.
a lot of games left still. Four
yeah.
games left.
Clay Shields looks like he's in charge of his match on 7 and 8. Starting with a strike, spare, open, double.
Got a double up there.
He's in.
Doubles are huge. He's throwing a coral venom.
Yes. And actually, he's taking about the first 7 feet out of play.
He's throwing it in the air.
Yep.
Yep.
Which isn't a bad idea.
If you can control the bat.
Yeah.
Greg's just missing spares. here.
Uh-oh, now he's looking like me now. It's amazing. You miss that one, and then all of a sudden, it's like everything gets tight. You start sweating.
You get frustrated.
The palms get wet. You can't let go of the ball.
I feel like that's part of the mental side that you have to work on and eventually try to overcome. Trust me, it's way easier said than done.
No,
but-
100%. That's where the meditation for me is. I'm trying to utilize it because even if you throw a good shot and you get happy and you spike, it's the same thing as if you throw a bad shot and you spike down this way. Like, you
Exactly.
don't want to spike either way. You want to stay steady as long as you can and control those emotions. The guys that scare me the most are the ones that you can't tell what's happening with them. They scare
yeah.
the living bejeebers out of me. You know, like you don't know whether they're bowling good or bad.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know what's happening with this guy. The guys that are emotional, I like bowling those guys because you could mess with them.
Yeah.
You could play off their emotions,
Yeah.
and the
Oh, absolutely.
the fearless ones are the scary ones.
The only time you should have a spike in your emotions is that very last ball for the title.
Totally. Yeah.
Or when
You
you're
let it
bowling
all out.
300.
Let it all
Way
out.
easier said than done.
No
That's-
doubt.
you know, and-
no doubt.
It is. It's such a game of emotions, and it is a mental game. It's, you know,
It's not easy.
it's not. It is what is it, 90% mental and 10% physical in this game. Definitely.
it's true. Absolutely true.
When you're little, you don't really understand.
It's a fearless factor. You don't know exactly what it's.
Yeah. But then
The
as
pressure.
Yeah, but then once you get older and
You
you're
start
either
putting more pressure on
yeah.
yourself. If you could just have the mentality of when you very first started bowling, and you would hit pins, and that was the best
That
thing
was
ever.
fun, right?
If you could just keep that mentality, you probably would be much better in life. But what happens is, as humans, you start to think, and
Uh-huh.
you start thinking about stress and this and
Yep.
that, and it put undue stress on yourself.
I like to think of it when you're in your 20s. At least kind of this how it went for me. And I was dumb, but I was fearless. So, like, those kind of went hand in hand. I didn't think about fear at that time, right? And I bowled, and I had some talent, and I used to bowl so I didn't have to work. Now I work so I could bowl. And I was fearless back then, though. I had that no fear. And so it helped me in a lot of matches. It helped me in a lot of tournaments. I was able to win things in my 20s. But then as life happened, more situations, life kind of punches you, right? It hits you, and it slows you down. That fearlessness goes away. And so, like, in my 30s, I kind of, like, had a little mentality change. And the fear started to creep in. You know, it's like you don't know what fear is until it hits you right in the face, and then when it does that, then you're like, I can't shake this. So it's a mentality thing. Then I got into my 40s, so I'm old. I started thinking again differently. I'm a lot more relaxed. I'm a lot more calm. The spikes aren't as great, even the good spikes, because the good spikes aren't necessarily good for you either.
Yes.
And now I'm getting close to 50s. My thought process is changing again.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm thinking about bowling more like a kid again. Why am I doing this? Like, why do I keep doing this myself? I enjoy it.
Yeah.
And
Right.
so, but I want to be competitive too. So if I want to be at that level, I have to put in that extra work. I have to practice. I have to work out. And it's easier said than done, way easier said than done, and especially if you have to hold a job, you know, because we're not getting rich out here bowling.
And that's the thing is what people don't get is you come up, whether say you're in college or whatever, you're really, 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 really good. I mean, top level, top notch. And then you're okay. I'm going to bowl tour. Okay, go out there on tour. Whole different world when you're bowling for a living.
Yep.
When okay, if I don't make a check this week, we're eating a whole lot of ramen. Versus
Ramen's
being
pretty good.
well, you better, yeah.
I like
You can only
ramen.
eat so much of it. And that's where the mentality comes in is learning, okay, I still got to be not so stressed that I'm bowling for a living, but making checks and doing things of that nature because
Yep.
it becomes very hard out there. There's a reason why a lot of people don't make it on tour
Yep.
because of that factor. I got to go get a job because this isn't going to pay
And
the
it's not
bills.
because they're bad bowlers. It's just how good those guys really
Oh.
are out there. And
Yes.
the competition is that fierce, and it's not easy.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
got a good development on 1 and 2. Chris just went through the nose. He needs this strike. He could strike out for 212 to win the match by 2. Oh, but he
There
was
you go.
unsuccessful there. Casey's throwing a triple up there for 213. He's going to beat Maloney.
61.91's best
Yep.
Maloney could do.
Blake Ernest, as soon as I started saying he was in the wrong part of the lane, puts up a 4-bagger. So
It's
he
proving
figured
you
something
wrong.
out. That's how great of a bowler he is, though. Is they
Yes.
could figure it out when they're. But see, he stayed in that zone where Felix was, and Tabitha was. Greg's a little too far right of that right now, but so good move on Blake, staying right there and dialing it in.
I mean, you can tell it's extremely hard pattern. It's very tight. You can't throw it in the wrong part of the lane because I
You
mean
can't
it's
overthrow it, that's for sure.
that too.
No, speed sensitive.
Yeah.
Speed is definitely there.
Because it's a 1.5 to 1 ratio.
Yeah.
So that's tough.
Yep, the flatter. I like the flatter patterns.
I do not. I do not.
As far as fairness goes, you know, some patterns that are designed could favor certain bowlers one way or another, but with the flatter they are and then this was an asymmetrical pattern, so the left was different than the right,
Yeah.
you know, and there's a bunch of theories and controversies over that. What's the right pattern?
Yeah, because I mean it's a catch-22 because if you keep the pattern 100% symmetrical and it's extremely hard, the left-handers are at a massive disadvantage because they can't break it down
Right.
as fast as the right-handers can.
Right.
So then if you make it asymmetrical to give a bump one way or the other, then whoever's on the losing end of that is going to say, well, they had help
Right.
to be able
Right,
to get there.
right.
So I mean, I'm not a left-hander. Never was a left-hander. I give Mike Diaz crap all the time because and it's all in jest. But left-handers truly have had it hard because when the pattern is hard, you've got no help. When the pattern's easy, absolutely, you're gonna whack it all
Right.
day, have a field day.
Right.
And that's where, for all the youngsters who don't know, that's why Earl was so good. Other left-handers would get shut out, and he was still being number 1 seed because he knew how to make sure that he was going to be successful in doing it. And I mean, it took him a while. The first time he went on tour, he had some serious failures, but came back, reworked it, retooled it, and that's what made Earl so much greater, or why he's perceived as one of the best ever. Because if you're shutting everybody out on your side, and that dude's still number 1 seed, he's pretty good.
Right. 100%.
He's pretty good.
Totally. No, and being on the left side like it is, it's you if you have a little bit of a look, you got to get as much as you can early, because you know the right's always going to crack at some point, and they're going to, and like even if they're hard, we just need a little bit of help on the left so we could keep up, because as soon as they crack in the later games, the high rev guys and the good bowlers, right? That's what they say. They get in deep and they slow hook the lane, and then it's
Put up
wide
some
open
massive
for them.
numbers,
Yeah, and it's
absolutely.
like you can't keep up with that on the left, right? It's just, and we get a lot of crap about it because like you're either gonna lead a tournament or you're gonna grind, and you know I've spent a lot of my life trying to learn to play more in the middle part of the lane so that I could be more competitive in tournaments longer, and Diaz does that very well. He could play the middle part of the lane and do some things that other lefties can't, which he's always getting up there in the top 24, top 16, whatever. making the next round. And so it's just that versatility, just always adding something and trying to get better every time.
Most definitely. So Greg's going to do a ball change here in his field ball to see
Smart
if he,
move.
yeah, to see if it was him or the ball or a combination of both.
Right?
And that's a smart thing to do. Sometimes you got to figure out whether it's you or was the ball.
Right? No, totally. Got to see something different. Martinez is going to pick up a win down there over
That's his
Scott
first.
Sloan.
There
Yep.
you go.
I can't see what's going on down there.
And Greg realizes, oh, okay, well, okay,
It's
Maybe
like-
that wasn't the right ball.
exactly. But learning lesson, you put it in your memory bank and save it for a rainy day.
Yep.
Because no matter what, whether you bowl really well or really bad, you got to learn something from it that you can use somewhere down the road. Because if you don't, then it was a wasted day.
Well, and I feel like you also learn what your comfort ball is too by making those changes, like what you feel more comfortable with on that type of pattern, or just even in general, like the way it comes off your hand or the way it feels. It really just depends.
Totally.
Shot
Feel
play.
is important.
Yes.
Very important.
Yes. And same thing, talking about technology is back in the day before we had interchangeable thumbs, no human on the planet is going to make a thumb 100% perfectly for every ball that you have in the 7-ball arsenal. It's
Right.
going to be slightly different. So then that's where people would, well, I don't want to use that ball because it hangs up at the wrong
Right.
time when I need it the most.
That's why I used to hate some of my equipment, was because before I got it, that's exactly how I felt.
That's amazing what they've done, the technology with even that, and then how you could get similar feels from ball to ball, you know.
And back then when the drill, you know what it was like, the drill presses back in the day when you had an old Gilmac
Oh.
and you just spinning up there. That's night and day between now and then.
The accuracy
Yes,
in them.
most definitely. So what do we got going on with Philip David? So 182
He
for
needs to
Clay.
double, and he could shoot 192 if he strikes out. So he needs this one.
So we can have a tie because it goes spare, strikes, a tie, right?
Yeah.
No,
No,
that
he'd
would
be-
short.
No, he
Yeah.
needs
Short.
a.
Yep, nope,
Oh,
that's it.
don't matter now.
Nope,
5
nope.
count. Let's see. I gotta go figure out what's happening with my horse over
You
here.
got it.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Alright, so game 4 coming to a conclusion. Get ready to start game 5.
Going pretty dang quickly.
It's moving very well. Philip David looking to take care of his 5 count. Opens in the 10th. So 160 for him. Clay gets 30 pins.
Now we're going into game 5.
All right, we'll be back in just a moment. All right, Scam 5. We got Philip David versus Chris Kelso. We got Ernest versus Max. Clay Shields versus Dwayne Stark. Kevin Maloney and Greg Nerum on the low side. High side, Chris. How about Felix versus Noah Gallegos? Chris Martinez. Scott Sloan, it looks. No.
No, Scott's on Jared Hunter.
Yes. And Tabitha's bowling. Who?
I think
Zach.
Felix started on the wrong lane.
Oops.
Uh-oh. Shame.
2 ties that match.
Oh, yeah.
Until the 15 points.
Ooh.
Awesome. So we got some ties going on now.
Yeah, Noah told me he needed, I couldn't see down there, and he said he needed a strike and good count, and he went strike 6-2, and they tied.
There you go. New leader, Dwayne Stark.
Wow, he jumped over her, but he keeps winning matches.
And he's, you're talking slow and steady. 222, 202, 208, 210.
Yeah.
And wins matches.
Yeah.
Tabitha caught that tie. If she wins the match, she's still in the lead.
Still in the lead, right?
She did shoot 183, but then got 15, so that's a win,
Right.
in my opinion. Felix Garcia, 210, and ties, as well as Zach.
Another
Oh,
tie.
him and Zach both shot 210 and tie. So how you keep the household doing very well.
That's how you do it.
is-
Did you catch when the ties was the father-son
Yeah.
duel?
yes, exactly. So, so how you keep the household good? Father, son,
Fair
good
enough.
tie. There you go.
Fair enough.
You gotta do what you gotta do. I
Hey,
guess.
that works out so good that way.
Yes. And Joe McGuire has moved himself up.
Winning a match has won 200, but he's won some matches and
Kevin Maloney shot 187, lost.
lost
Noah-
a little bit. He moved up one spot actually
Yes, he
with
did.
that with that tie. So here he's bowling Felix. He could change the standings, either way with this match. There's a 50 pin difference between second and third, and another 50 pins between third and fourth.
Yes.
So it's still tight. Still anybody could get in.
Yes.
So a lot of movement. 4 games left.
Still a fight.
Dwayne Stark bowling as consistent, just open there, but is bowling as consistent as anybody.
Yes. And he's bowling. Who's he bowling? He's bowling Clay Shields.
Yeah.
Clay started with an open and a double. Kelso's looking for a double here.
When I was over there, I was talking to both Noah and Chris, and they were both like, "There's nowhere to throw it to. They're not changing. The lanes aren't opening up." But it just goes back to what we were talking about earlier. The less rev rate, the less bowlers. The bowlers that are having success are the ones that are staying around that 7 and 8, going straight down the lane area. So
Oh, absolutely.
you asked me earlier how I know so many people. I also spent a year, almost 2 years in the radio business. I
There you
was
go.
an intern for BJ and Jamie in the
Oh,
morning.
that's cool.
Yeah, so I did that for a little while. And when I was doing that, my claim to fame was I had actually bowled back-to-back 300s in a tournament that weekend. And Jamie White found out about it, and they just made this big old deal about the one 300, but then I did back-to-back 300s, and they were like, that's like 1 in 20,000 odds or whatever. And they made the big deal about it, so I got my 15 minutes of fame
We love that.
doing that. And so I met a lot of people doing that as well, because I went to a lot of events. I set up
Yeah.
the tent and drove the van, and
Oh, that's cool.
I did some stuff. I got the coffee, like you said, brought the breakfast. Been through all that. So I went to the media school for a year to learn some of this stuff, and
Awesome.
so that's when I was going through my first life-changing experiences, right? And trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And but there's no money in radio. There was more money
Unless
in
you're the
masonry.
star.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you're the star, and so, but it's been fun. It's definitely been an experience, and we did a podcast. It was called 10 Pin Talk. It was a bowling show. I did that on Monday nights. I had that a 3-hour show. I couldn't believe I did 3 hours of bowling.
There you go.
So how can you talk about 3 hours of bowling? You'd be surprised just what happens during the weekend, how many bowlers there are. Get a guest, you could
No,
kill time.
Absolutely.
And so it's definitely a lot of fun, and talking about it, analyzing the situations, getting into some good juice.
Casey on 7-8 started off front 4. He's got a good look.
Yep. Blake hasn't struck yet.
But we've seen a lot of people start off with 4, 5, 6, and just you got to still maintain it.
Yep.
Because there's going to be a bad shot somewhere, or just nature of the beast, or one gets away from you, or one you just don't strike here. You just got to maintain. Greg has figured something out on 1
That
and
ball
2.
change.
Yeah.
That ball change, and give him a little more.
I haven't seen Clay switch out of that ball yet.
He threw it all day yesterday too.
Did he? Okay.
I crossed with him. I think we got one game with him. He bowled pretty good.
He's dancing with who he brought to the dance. There's no doubts about that.
That's for sure. Felix slow rolling it over there, tripping 4s and 9s.
There you go.
Noah started with an open and a strike.
We always say around here, trip 4 is a right-hander's best friend.
Yeah, definitely.
No doubt.
Speaking of ball changes, Dwayne made a ball change.
Okay. After a couple opens, try something different.
And that one went high. Well, you take care of a spare. I'm going to assume nobody went 80 clean yesterday.
No. No.
Yeah, if you can go 80 clean on this, you know you're going well.
Might as well sign yourself up for PBA.
Yes, at that point in time, absolutely.
I know that. Poor Felix.
Exactly.
His father knows best. Pulling on another level right now.
Yes. Ernest with a crossover leaves just a 5-pin.
Okay, Noah ran that spare down. Still a close match over there. Greg Knierim's got a 4-bagger on Maloney over there. Maloney's got 2 pins up. Uh-oh.
Phil David.
Oh, it got out there.
It pushed to the right.
Mine looked like that going down the lane, but then I would miss it by about that much.
Oh, that's so frustrating.
And
Hate
it's
when
so
that
much.
happens.
I was thinking too, because there's so much friction in the front from the right, I wasn't compensating, and so my plastic ball was even picking up a little bit as I laid it down in the front part of the lane. So I wasn't taking that into account. I missed like 3 7s yesterday. It was so embarrassing. Made me miss. I missed 2 10s. I missed a 6. Oh, it was so frustrating.
Chris with a ball change.
He
5
threw
counts, 8
threw it wide. Yeah, threw it out wide.
That had no shot. Unless he was throwing 360 grid out there. That was not going to get there.
No.
Have you ever put 360 or 180?
Yeah, watch a ball.
I did that
lose
a
all
couple,
its energy.
couple weeks ago in Sterling, and it was too much.
It was, yeah.
You lose so much energy so quickly.
Yeah, it
And
does.
hits so bad.
I did at JBT last year. 2 years ago. Something like that. That was not a good idea.
A good trick is to get it that low and then hit it with like a 1500 or 2000 and kind of shine it up a touch, but you still have the teeth underneath.
That's just,
Interesting.
you can't exude that much energy that quick and think it's going to do something in the backside of the lane.
Right.
You
Like,
definitely won't.
if I do that, I'm trying to burn up the lane, and then I'm going to throw another ball on top of that one. And that's kind of the theory behind that. How it works, I still haven't figured it out, because sometimes I feel like I mess myself up more than I help myself. They're like, you're supposed to throw it like this and build you a shim, and like I just mess it up.
Same thing.
Yep, that's not work. He's got to either move his feet right, which he's better at going in and deep than going up the boards, and so his natural swing wants to go right away, and so that you've seen that twice, want to shoot out.
And I feel like people who are really good at doing that struggle playing straight up, for sure.
Totally.
Yeah, if you get your body built to do one thing all the time, then you have to make it change.
Oh, and then he goes around the spare. Oh,
So he goes
that's
back
so
opens
frustrating.
there.
Yep.
And our strikes stop at 5 for Clay.
But Blake
Or
has
Casey, sorry.
Yeah, for Casey, but Blake has yet to put up a strike.
So you're still feeling pretty good about yourself there.
Yep.
Philip Davis going to do a ball change. Or no, his thumb is a little big, so he's going to.
That's another good thing about switch grips,
No.
because if your thumb gets swollen
Switch it
and
to
you
a bigger
don't,
one.
you don't have to go into the pro shop and have them open it up,
Right. Yeah, especially
or
if you
take out
travel,
tape.
go to Las Vegas, where
Back in the day, we used the old towel. You had a potato. You had all kinds of tricks how to do stuff.
Or if you put the
Look at that.
do you see that?
Look
Where
at that.
when
Look
was
at
that?
rolled across the back.
Wow.
It's incredible. Then before you had changeable soles and heels, we had ashes.
Ashes, right? Because everyone smoked in the bowling alley.
Exactly.
you used ashes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you use it to get the bottom of your shoes.
Seriously?
Like Easy Slide.
Exactly.
Wait, isn't Easy Slide illegal now?
Some tournaments, it's sometimes
Yeah, because it's just
putting on your shoes. Not. That's why they would use ashes. It's not as slick, but you would get a little bit of slick to it.
and wood approaches used to be really, really. They're either be slick or very, very tacky. Because it gets humid and wood approaches are
Right. There's no
crazy.
in between.
No.
Seem like.
I'd rather it be slick than tacky.
I'd rather go tacky. 'Cause
Really?
I got a really, really slick sole and I can slide through just about anything. 'Cause
I've
when they're slick, I get too paranoid of sliding too much.
for me
I'm the opposite.
the slick slows my feet down, which in turn is good. But I like to stick the landing, so the wood was good. But I bowled in a regional one time in Georgia, Fort Benning or Fort Gordon, something like that, and it was so hot. It was like 90 some degrees, but it was like 105% humidity, and they had a swamp cooler. And the swamp cooler was blown, and it actually was working so hard it froze up. So then they had this big giant fan that was taller than me that they had that was blowing air.
Oh my god.
But it was like you were dripping. You were trying to get the ball off your hand. You were trying not to stick. It was so hard to bowl. I was like, it was like bowling outside in the humidity. It was crazy.
I think one of the funny ones that you really don't think about, because we live in Colorado where this isn't something we really have to deal with much. We went to bowl regional in Houston, and it was 90 degrees outside because it was August,
Right.
maybe even over 100, so it was hot outside. We get in there, got that one to bounce off, and it is freezing in the bowling center. So cold that people are in there in jackets and coats. But they have to do that to keep the humidity down in order to get the approaches. 'Cause
Oh.
it was a regional. They want
Right.
to make sure there was no tackiness or anything like that.
Yep.
So, and then you go into the pro shop, and they had a heater in there, so people would go in there and get warm and then come back out.
Jeez.
But it was very interesting. Very interesting.
Gotta keep that climate controlled.
You got it.
So Greg went back-to-back splits down there, but I think he's still gonna win his match. Kevin could only shoot 190. Greg's already in the 2-0s.
Or he's
No,
at
Greg's gonna be
190.
No,
190.
197 now.
195.
195.
We got to. So I think I got the score fixed. I figured out now. So
Yeah.
Greg can get to 61.91.
Yep.
So he did win. So Greg.
Greg beat Kevin.
Yep. Kelso, is he sticking with that? Yep. And he's just going to bounce it off that right.
He
Watch
changed
this.
bowling balls.
Bang. That ball comes off the spot.
Yep, that ball comes off the spot big
Yes.
time. The last one he went right through there, almost left back-to-back 9 pins just now.
He did. That ball is really coming off the spot.
Let's see, Shields over there could shoot 180, and Dwayne could shoot 179 if they both strike out. So,
Shields opens
man.
there.
Is Dwayne gonna pull out? Pull out here?
That ball comes off the spot. There's no doubts about that. That ball goes sideways. That ball went through.
Blake finally doubled over there, but then throws a 6 count. Looks like he's gonna fall off that match. Philip David grinding away.
Trying to, yeah. These two are just trying to figure out who's going to. It's a battle of attrition.
Yep.
And this is our championship pair to boot. So
Oh.
it's going to get really interesting. It's usually you get the opposite effect as if in qualifying it was the toughest pair ever. You get to the stair step, and then all of a sudden everybody's shooting 280.
They figured it out, right?
Exactly. And then if it's the easiest pair, then all of a sudden they're shooting 150s.
Noah and Felix have a good match. Felix just went back-to-back splits down there. Noah has a double and a spare going into the 7th frame.
Philip Davis going to probably want to pick this up. It's tough on here.
That's not an easy one.
No.
How would you shoot that?
With my spare or with
No.
my strike ball.
With your strike
Yep.
ball,
That's
not
what
plastic?
Yeah.
No.
Definitely not, because you got to get that sleeper.
So
At the sleeper, yep.
I'm just basically in my mind, all I'm doing is visualizing pocket being moved over, and just
Trying to
making
get it
that
to
new
drive
pocket.
through.
Yeah. And hoping for the best.
Yeah, a lot of hope in there.
Yes.
Honestly, that match is not over.
No.
Though.
That 6 count didn't
Blake
help.
staying clean. Oh, he just can't find the pocket. Something happened down there. She made something.
Or she won.
Oh, she won.
Maybe by a pin.
Oh,
I think that's what happened.
okay. Wow.
Hey, when it's your day, it's your day.
No doubt.
There's another 5 pin.
Hands up.
Yeah, I left a 5 yesterday, and the odds were in their favor when I shot it. It was like, I needed that one just to get off the schneid of missing the single pins. I was nervous shooting it, too. I was like, just knock it down.
Oh, everybody drinks.
Man, that would not have
There was a
been
lot
good.
of people in here drinking.
Yeah, there was a lot of them yesterday.
You'd have had to win a tournament and pay the tab. All right, Mr. David, got it.
Running it down.
Yes.
So after that open, gets a 5. He could strike out for 188. Chris could strike out for 210.
Yep. No, 200, right?
200?
20
91,
no,
nope,
210.
210.
210.
Your math ain't mathing today.
Yeah, it's close.
I've kept score so long, I could tell you the 3rd frame, what you could max out at.
See, for me, it's easy if I see what you're in the 5th frame. But
Then you could go.
yeah,
No, and
I
it's-
can't do 3rd frame.
It's just so, I've just been so long, and you know all the scores right away. And
You have
yeah.
a general idea, except for when somebody throws like a 4 or 5 count at you.
And
So-
it's like,
I
oh,
can do a little bit of math now.
so on 3 and 4, Dwayne Stark, 167. Clay could
Strike out for 69.
strike out for 169. So a big shot coming up here.
Oof.
oh,
You know that if Dwayne could hang on, that gets him to 197 with the bonus pins. That's still not a bad game right now.
No. Ooh,
wow.
Oh,
labeled it.
leaves a freaking 7.
So that's all you could do. That's all you
Do
could
it
do.
really good.
Yep.
It was a good shot.
He made the best shot he could. And again, sometimes they fall, sometimes they don't.
Yep. Whoa,
There you go.
pinged it back.
Yes.
So Chris could shoot 174. And David could shoot 188 still. Max is going to beat Blake 236 to possible 207. Noah and Felix have a good match going over there. Felix has a possible 186 if he strikes out. And Noah
225.
225. Good eyes. I can't see that. And then that's about as far as my eyes will let me see.
So what happens when you're sub 20? You can see everything in the building.
I know.
I can't see the very far ones, but I can see the second farthest.
All right, Philip David. He's going to finish first. So we're going to see if Kelso has a chance here. or
Yep.
not.
The way it's going, he has a chance.
Do you like to finish first or last when you're in the step ladder? Like, what's your preference?
When I was younger, when I was fearless, I liked to finish last because I wanted to have that pressure. I wanted to have the ball in my hand
Yeah.
to make the shot. Now that I'm gotten a little bit afraid, I don't want to have that pressure no more. I want to set it up. I actually want to have the match wrapped up in the 8th or 9th frame before I bowl the 10th, if ideal circumstances, right?
Yeah.
But I've learned, so if you start the match, you're going to finish last,
Yep.
right? When I would start the match, I'd fling a strike right away. Boom, it'd be good, right? Then you sit down and you rest for a little bit. Then you have to wait till the next guy, whatever.
Yeah.
And then the next shot's not always the greatest, it seemed like.
Oh yeah.
So, like, I like throwing the 2, letting the guy start the match, and then if he starts with a strike or if he starts with an open, now you have a chance to start with a double and really put a little bit of early pressure on him, right?
Yeah.
And so I like to let my opponent lead the match now.
I get that for sure.
Years ago, fearless, I'm throwing the shot.
There you go.
That makes sense.
But if you're in that opportunity, that's what you really, where you want to be. And, you know, it comes down to the details and how you feel best. If I have and then I guess there's one more variable too, is if you're on a good pair and you got some practice, if you want a particular lane that you feel you're going to bowl better on, that could also lead to your decision.
Yes.
But if you make that right decision, you could have the match over in the 7th and 8th frame and not worry about who ends the match.
That is true. That is true.
But that's why we bowl,
exactly.
is to throw that shot.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's that. I
Could be a
said
complete mystery.
when those butterfly feelings of throwing that shot to win go away, or even like I get them still in the first ball of the tournament. When those go away, I'm done.
Yep.
But the excitement is still there, so I'm still going.
As it should be.
So look at this. He's got to make this for 164, and then Chris would need a double. But
This is.
oh, he got it.
Yes, he did.
Nice.
That was bigger than you think. That was pretty.
That
big.
was huge, because now Chris needs the double.
Yes.
Because if he strikes a 9, he shoots 163. So strike here is important.
Low
Strike.
count and makes it easier.
Yep. Chris has a chance, better chance if he doesn't strike. Let's see what happened down there.
Regardless, he's gonna need the first one.
Noah's going to shoot 190 over there. Looks like he's going to beat Felix. 190 is a good score right now, though.
All right.
Especially with those bonus.
64.
64. So that's really in Philip's favor.
Some pressure on Chris.
I've known Philip David for so long, and I never know to call him David or Philip.
Because he's got 2 first names.
He's got 3 with the middle name.
Let's see what Chris could do. He's going to ping it off the gutter. Crushes
Like
it.
that. Yeah.
I thought that was going in the gutter for
Yeah.
a second. I was like, oh my gosh.
That
I don't
puts
think
him-
you could throw a ball in the gutter from there.
No, the one board does spark. That puts him in the 160s now.
Yeah.
So he needs this one to win. And then that'll give him 190. That will keep him hanging around in the
Yes.
shot for the top 5 still, though.
I don't see no big, or I guess got 236 there. But
Yeah, there's 240's been the highest game today so far.
Yeah.
There it is. That's when you know those are the shots you want to throw, right, for the win.
exactly.
Doesn't matter what the game is, how bad your game is, but you step up in the 10th frame and throw a double to win the game. That's the best feeling in the world.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was big
Yes.
ball change for Chris.
Oh, absolutely. And now he's just piling more pins on.
That
There you
just
go.
ping. That one was even further right than the last one.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
174.30 is 204. So I think he's got something in his hand. Well, if that same look is at the next pair, then he's going to put up a monster game.
There's no doubts about that.
Yeah, if he could ping it like that. So Noah,
Did he end up winning?
yeah, he ended up winning 194 to 150 something, 160. I can't see the polls in my way.
It should be he can max out at 150.
150.
So Felix is going to drop
So
a little.
Felix is going to drop. Some changes in the standings again.
Yes.
Going to shuffle him up.
Exactly. At some point, you can just take some deck of cards and just throw them in there with everybody's names on them. And
Just
probably
pick one.
Come out better than we're going right now.
It'll come out similar, huh?
So Greg's coming back to this pair that he struggled with before. Now does he go back to? Does he go back to the ball he finished in a fill frame, which
Right.
he did strike, or does he go to the ball he was working with over here that was striking?
Right.
Decisions.
Is he? I don't think he's on this pair. He shouldn't hit the same pair twice, should
Yeah,
he?
he's coming back over here.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Maloney's going to be on 7 and 8. He's bowling Dwayne Stark.
Dwayne. All right. Chris going back to 1 and 2.
So that'd be the second time you hit that pair.
Yep.
Shot there. Kevin comes in light. See what Greg does here.
You guys ready for the Super Bowl?
We should be home by about halftime.
You think? I think we'll be home before then. Game don't start till 4.
I just want to see the halftime
Sure, it's
show.
gonna take a. I think we're not. We'll see what time we get done.
We're making good time.
We are making really good time.
We got 3 games left. It's only 10 o'clock.
That's true. That
We
is
started
true.
early.
That's a good point.
I think they're barely getting started down in Colorado Springs, right? They were starting at 10, or were they starting earlier today so they could be done?
I think earlier. I think their goal is to be done by 4.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So I was supposed to. I finally got a chance to bowl with Rick Schaefer. I told him I would bowl with him if I didn't make it today, but I also had a deal with Noah that if either one of us made it, one of us would come still for the support. So obviously, being my son, I'm sorry, Rick.
I think Rick gets it.
There'll be. He did. He texted me right away. He's like, and I totally understand if you don't want to bowl because of how you missed it. He's like, I don't even have words to comfort you. He's like, I've been there. You know, we've all kind of done that to ourselves. And it's like I was telling you yesterday. I would have been throwing bowling balls. I would have cried all the way home. I was able to shake it off and deal with it and process it.
Yeah.
And now it's like hanging with you guys makes today even that much better.
There you go.
Rob has this rule for me and my friend Kirsten, and honestly any junior bowler, where you're allowed to be mad for an hour after you're done bowling, and you're allowed to be happy and reflect for 24 hours. Is that the
Correct.
right way of
That's
saying it?
fair.
So if you win the tournament or you did extremely well, 24 hours, feel the joy.
Right.
Because you want to have that feeling again.
That's
But we get back to work.
super. Yeah. No. Exactly.
And
Superb rules.
And then if you do bad or felt like you did bad or did something crazy or stupid or whatever, you got an hour to get it out because it's the same thing. Got to get it out.
Yep.
Got to get it out of your system because
Yep.
you keep it internal, you're going to blow a gasket eventually.
Uh-huh.
So
No. Totally.
I give you an hour to have at it, then we get back in the lab.
I like those. I like those rules. We could add those to the list.
There you go.
It's important though because it's gonna prepare you for the next event, and the next time you're in that situation. So
Absolutely. In a way, bowling's been, especially in Colorado lately, is the next event's next weekend.
yeah,
Good, let's go.
there's a lot of bowling going on, and I noticed that like when I hurt my shoulder, I was like, oh, I'm gonna take some time. And then there was a lot of events coming up, and I'm like, my FOMO kicked in, right? I don't want to miss it, but I shouldn't be bowling. And then you bowl bad, and then you make all these excuses, and it's like, oh, we're bowlers, so we got a lot of excuses already.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All
What do
right.
you got?
After game 5, Tabitha hanging on to her lead, building on it even. 30 more pins for the win. She's won every match except for one tie. She's got 1189, so 189 over for the 5. Dwayne Stark, second place, hanging on there. He's also won all his matches.
And the 167 didn't bowl the greatest, but he won the match.
Yep. Felix, I thought was going to drop more, but those 50 pins difference, things got tighter. He didn't fall out of the spot. Joe McGuire shot 204, had a tie, 215, so he's at 1053. Casey Maxted with that 236 plus the 30 gets him up to 1048. Zach Garcia hanging in there in the 6th spot. But it was a 1-pin game against Tabitha and Zach. Wow.
Amazing.
So that would have kept Zach. Well, he's still in 6th. So Noah's closed the gap. He's still in 7th. Let's see. Noah's at 1039. So between 3rd and 7th is 1058. It's only 19-pin difference. And then Chris Kelso with 1001. But he made that ball change, and we're going to watch his look. He may pop something. We're watching him. Kevin Maloney's hanging down in there at 999. Chris Martinez got back-to-back wins. Made him a little move up the ladder. Greg Nearham got a win. Philip David, we saw that match against Chris. Blake Ernest kind of just hanging down there. Scott Sloan. Jared Hunter kind of falling off the. He was in the top 5 for a while, but
Yeah.
130, 180 back or 150 back to back, not too
Hurts.
good. Yep, and then Clay Shields rounding it out, top 16. So 3rd through 7th is a battle.
Yes. Yes.
Watch
And-
that close.
With 2 to go into the position round. Position round's going to be very, very key.
Yeah, 2 games to go, and then the position round, and
Then it's step ladder.
then the step ladder.
Because the way the position round works is if you even have first and second bowling and it's fairly close, 1 through 5, somebody may lose those 30 pins. Somebody's going to lose the 30 pins. I mean, you can get a tie, 15. But being in 3rd and 4th, you have that advantage where I know if I win my match, I beat my dude by 30, plus whoever's ahead of me, I'm going to gain basically a 60-fold moving that way as well.
Yeah. There could be some big movements in those games. So let's look at Greg here again. He's back to doing the same thing he was when he was on the pair last time. He's still right. We've seen Chris ping it off the gutter there. And Greg's ball has come in light every time still. Do you think?
I think so in his field ball, he used a black ball, and it came up. And now he's went back to these big solids, or big, I'm assuming he's got a big asymmetricals out there. But I think he needs to get back to whatever he was using in that field ball was his best look.
I think that was the physics blackout because that one
It had a lot of
goes,
surface on it, I tell you that.
but it goes down lane farther and snaps a bit, even though it's not a pearl.
That's what I'm thinking. I think his stuff that he's throwing could be burning its energy too fast,
Yeah,
and so he's not getting good down lane reaction.
that's why the physics blackout I feel like is a good.
Would be a better
Choice?
choice for him. Makes sense.
Yeah,
for
and maybe
sure.
he's just not seeing it. He's
Or-
thinking he's coming up light and short.
Or
so
he's
going
got to
bigger.
move his feet a little more to the right. Oh, he
There you
stuffed
go.
that one.
Yep.
That was good.
Because
So
now
I
he's
think-
throwing a very big ball,
So-
which is the Ion Max.
I think what he's trying to do is that where it comes up light as if he sets the ball down a foot shorter than he just set it down on that one. When he gets it out a little bit longer, again, saving the energy, more motion in the backside of the lane. And Clay is deep. He's deeper than anybody.
Yeah, he's still playing the middle part of the lane
Yeah.
and just kind of.
I think,
He's just taking whatever he gets.
Yes.
Seems like.
or his mindset is he's going back to an old school method of just fall back.
Yeah.
Just play here, let
Yeah.
it fall back a little bit, and hopefully it picks up at the right time.
Because definitely after games 5 yesterday, the righties were left and falling back over the middle arrow. And it didn't continue it like hook and then just rolled up, almost looked like it rolled out.
Yeah, he's the deepest by a mile over everybody. He's deeper than Kelso.
Uh-huh. Someone has a 4-bagger over there.
Oh, and you put the hex on him. Now they got a big split. That would be
Joe.
Joe McGuire.
Oh, Joe McGuire. Didn't even see him throw it. I just seen the strikes. Oh. Ouch.
Dang, jinxing
It
people
is
over
real.
here.
It is real.
It is real. So Maloney's clean, as well as Dwayne's dark. Both of them are clean.
Both cleaned after 5.
So there you go. Whoop. Yep. There you go.
Yep.
So, but I mean, obviously he's striking it, but his room for error is minute. Because as soon as he overthrows it, he's got no shot. As soon as he gets it in, he's got no shot.
Sure. He's got the Brooklyn in play, though.
True.
So that kind of helps a little bit.
So when he makes a mistake, he has to make it 3 or 4 board
Uh-huh.
mistake versus 1, he's got a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
But hey, strike spare turkey. He knows better than I do right now.
Hey, sometimes Brooklyn's the way to go, though, too. Like, I mean, if you
Left
can't
side
hit
always
the
strikes.
Yeah, exactly. Just kidding. But I feel like if you can't get it in the pocket, go for the Brooklyn. As long as you knock all 10 pins down, it doesn't matter how you got there, as long as you got there.
That's right. Nobody remembers after. And see, Noah's thinking about a ball change down there. He's bowling Jared, I think.
Who is Tabitha bowling?
Joe.
Oh, McGuire.
Yeah.
Yes. So McGuire, he must have known. He must have got the memo that that Tabitha is bowling very well. So
Yep.
he came out with guns
He
ablazing.
came out firing.
Yes. That's what I mean. Four-bagger, put the pressure on your opponent.
Four baggers totally will totally do that.
Especially coming out the gateway line. Stark comes in light,
Uh-oh.
washes out.
Missed the
So,
head pin there.
so we're going to see with Greg. If he can get the ball slightly, get it elevated a little bit out the gate.
See that? The closer you
There you
start
go.
at the gutter sooner, it picks up its roll.
Yeah.
If he's a board or two inside of that, it's going to sail down the lane.
At the same time, you have to be extremely consistent, though, because if you even are a little bit off with your timing, it can go straight in the gutter.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
The gutter is in play.
So I feel like where he's playing is definitely working for him, but he's going to need to stay focused
Oh, and
for sure.
there's your booklet you were talking
Yeah.
about.
Yep, that's the miss, and so it's better to miss like this in for
Exactly.
them, and because there's a with the pattern being flat, what you see is early hook. You think it's early hook, which is flat. There's just no oil there.
Correct.
You can't really adjust like a normal adjustment, moving left and then having that hook spot, because now you're going to get the hang, because there's the same amount of oil on the outside as there is the inside.
Exactly.
And so I think like you said, so keep that Brooklyn in play, man. Give yourself a little bit of more room to at least just hit the head pin. A lot of guys don't like that strategy because they think you're not being accurate and it's not like traditional. But
He's got a 5-bagger.
I think the only thing that's important is to knock them down, right?
Exactly. And I mean, I think especially nowadays, I don't know how it was back in your guys' days, but for us juniors, we get very what's the word? Like frustrated. We overthink when somebody's getting a lot of carry, which is not very good on our parts.
Right.
Because I mean, we get those lucky breaks too.
It's the why me factor.
Yeah.
I heard that yesterday from a few guys. So and so's playing here and he's carrying and usually when he does good, I don't do good. And like, it's weird. You get a lot more information from guys than you want when you just say one thing, right? And then they
Yeah.
give you a lot of feedback.
It's
And-
like, alrighty then.
Yeah, yeah, totally. But it's that, yeah, you can't watch your opponents because then they're getting the breaks and you're not.
Yeah.
And then that's frustrating. It is frustrating because then you get that why me mentality.
Yeah.
Why am I not getting the breaks? I'm throwing it in the same spot,
Yeah.
you know, and that's where not paying attention is the best. So Dwayne did a little low height reel there. He missed the head pin to the right and then went through the face and left a split. Greg come up light, left half the pins up there, so got 5 spare. But he got it in.
Yep.
Missed it down
Down
lane.
lane.
See, if you don't get it started up right away from where he's at. Good match right there, though, between Blake and Phillip. Chris is, he's still
Bouncing off the gutter.
pinging it off of there.
Yes, he is. Oh, that one got away from him. There you go. So I thought that would come up a little bit more, but it hung. So I think you might be a little bit right of being so big, they are burning themselves out.
Yeah. Yep, they're burning it, and it's like,
And it's a weird dynamic when you're bowling down there. Sometimes you don't see that it's burning up, and you're thinking, okay, why is it not getting there? And
Yeah.
I'm either going to this bigger piece, or I'm going to go try to force it in there instead of actually scaling down and getting the ball to store the
Right.
energy to the back part of the lane.
and then with where Greg's at, he's bowling Clay, who's in the bottom spot. You're like, this guy's in the bottom spot, and all of a sudden he's got a 5-bagger against me. What the heck,
It's
right?
like, only person he can beat is me.
And then he starts pressing a little bit, and like if he misses left, he's missing the head pin right. He's got to get that ball started up right away, and he's just not doing it.
Yeah, he's got the world right now.
Yeah, he's looking good right there. He's gonna jump. He's gonna make a big move out of that spot, though.
There's no doubts
If
about
he
that.
goes back-to-back games,
That a 280
And-
with a 30 pin, 110, he could jump himself right in
Into the-
contention of the top 5.
yeah.
Hey, that's the plus about round robin, though, is like you can have a bad game and make up for
He
it.
can make up some ground.
Yeah. That's why, in all honesty, round robin is one of my favorite formats because you get to experience the different lanes because there's not a single lane that's going to be exactly the same.
Right, right.
And you get to bowl against different people, and it could be extremely competitive.
It definitely, and you get more games out of it, more bowling. The more bowling that goes on, then that's when they say the cream
Right.
rises to the top. You know, so you have your chances to still get there.
Exactly.
Maloney throwing a strike. Looks like he's gonna seal up that match
Yes.
against Dwayne.
Where's Kevin at? Kevin is close. He was in 9th after 5.
Yep.
So he puts up 220 here, 225 to 30
That's
plus
gonna
55.
get him
That's-
close to the top 5. Yeah, he was the next tier down, right?
Yeah, he was right below Kelso.
Uh-huh.
So he needs this. He's gonna go get a ball change. See, if I'm right here and I know my position right here, I need probably 50 here. Sticking with what I got because I just struck on it. Unless
At
I
least
just
one
got
more.
really lucky.
At least one more, right?
Yep. And then because I need to have that same look. Then if I need to make a ball change or switch, then make the switch. But I get the genesis of, hey, well, you want to see what this other ball's going to do.
Right.
Actually, he just came back to talk.
He's killing time.
Yes, he is killing time.
Honestly, in the 10th frame, that's sometimes all you need is to just walk back and just
Oh.
let your mind settle for a second.
Greg just let one get away there.
Yes, he did. So best he can do is 195.
I'm gonna go check on. I can't see that far, but I
No
gotta go
worries.
see the end of this match between Noah and Jared.
You got it. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, Maloney does not strike there.
Does it have the sleeper back there?
He does not. That is an 8, but on a strike, it's not going to make a difference.
No, it will not.
Unless it misses the score again.
Possible score correction. And
If it's got to give him 1. Nope. So he's going to do score correction.
yes.
So that's going to be 13 for him.
Oh,
Greg with back-to-back opens. Going to put him in the 170s, 174.
washouts are extremely hard to get to.
Yes. Tabitha picked it up in the backside of the game. Unfortunately,
She
Bill McGuire is
can.
still striking.
She
so-
can still.
She can show
Win.
shoot.
Because right
No,
now
she's
she's
gonna-
up by 8.
She put 227 up.
Yep.
He can get to 231.
But
with
it's
3.
forcing him to double.
It did force him to double. You're exactly right. So that's a match going on 11 and 12. Let's see if we can get there really quick to see how this finishes out.
Yeah.
So even though he started with the 4-bagger, the open hurt. 'Cause
It
if he
did.
spares there, then his odds are much greater.
We got a match.
Wait, damn. It's the first one.
And
Does
there's
get it.
one. But he needs to strike this next ball or else,
He loses.
yeah.
Anything less than a strike is a loss.
This is where you need to take an extra deep breath. That's for sure.
Stark opens. Clay finished at 248. 30 is 278. So he gained 78 pins. He's going to move up the ladder a little bit. Big shot coming here for Mr. McGuire. No. So, 7 counts. So that means Tabitha will have another victory under her
Yeah,
belt.
she's killing it.
She is. What else do we have? Kelso still bowling. Philip David still bowling. So Kelso on 1 and 2 finished at 209.
Which shut out.
Yep. Because then get 78,
Yeah.
208. So Kelso's going to take a victory plus 39 for him there.
That will
could-
move him up. Or should.
Well, he's in 8th, so it's going to get. Depends on what everybody above you do, obviously.
That is true.
But
if you
it
look
can't
at
hurt.
it, people are starting to figure it out, though. There's more 200s,
this game.
yes, than we've seen.
Yeah, we got our highest game, 248. Because prior to that was 246. So we have 2 to go. So we'll have one more regular game and then the
Position round.
Yes. They're finishing up. We're ready to get started. So Casey finished at 198. He was in the top 5 for a second. We'll see if he remains there when the next sheet comes out.
Yes. It's crazy that it's only 10:30. Like, it does not feel like it's 10:30. Feels later because you're so used to.
Well, let's not start to jinx it and slow it down. I should be done with the round robin around 11:30-ish, 12
Yeah.
o'clock.
That's insane.
That's good. Moving.
It's fast.
All right, once we get our players to their lanes for Game 7, we'll be back. All right, game 7 getting started here. We got Kelso versus Ernest. And then coming to our other pair, we'll find out here in a second.
So please hold.
I think it's going to be, there it is, Philip David, who just came off of a tie. And he is bowling, is it Stark? No, Stark's going by.
Who could it be?
Clay? No, Clay just came off this pair. So it's going to have to be... Oh, Max. There you go.
I was confused for a second.
All right, here we get started. Game 7. After this, we'll have a position round. So it'll take just a second to figure out who's where.
Yes.
All right.
Those lanes down there looked tough. They looked hard. There was excuse me. Felix beat Chris Martinez. I think it was like 180 to 150 something.
Oof.
Jared beat Noah like 150 to 150 something, and so
they're winning, but not gaining a ton of
no
distance.
Nope, not getting much. So
That goes to show you again. Tabitha's down there, and she's shot the 180, 200, and I don't know if she shot that last
she
game.
shot 220 and pulled out another win. Had,
She's making the whole building look easy.
The lefty had a chance to.
Yes.
Joe started with the 4-bagger. She put a 4-bagger together in the middle of the game and caught him, and then he had a chance to double to win through the first one and then missed the second one. So she hung on to get another win plus the bonus. It's going to gain another 50 on on these guys.
She may be your leader at the end of this.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be the number 1 seed. She keeps building that lead because I think Dwayne lost last game, and I think he only bowled like a 150 again.
Yeah, I think he didn't have a good number. Felix did catch the win. Joe McGuire, he bowled Tabitha.
He bowled Tabitha, yeah. He shot 220 that game.
So that helps.
Uh-huh.
Casey, I don't know what he bowled. Zach didn't shoot a big number down there either.
And then Noah got a little frustrated because he bowled 150. Feels like he lost a lot of ground on the field, but honestly, I don't think he did.
All right, here we go. Tabitha again is still your leader. Dwayne didn't drop. I mean,
It's hanging in there.
Everybody's close.
Yep.
Felix is in third. He is 1284, so he's plus 84. Zach is right behind him at plus 74. Then we have Joe McGuire is in fifth. Your number is plus 74.
So the two lefties are in the top 5 right there.
Oh man, what is going on here?
That gives me, that hurts me. No, I like to see him do good. Especially I like Zach a lot. And,
yes.
I don't know Joe, but the little interaction. He's a good guy too. So like I'm rooting for him.
You know what could be very interesting is if Felix and Zach bowl each other.
For the title?
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
You think they would tie again?
I don't think it works that way.
They'd have to have a roll off.
Oh wow.
That could get interesting.
Unfortunately, Dwayne and Tabitha have something to say about that.
Right.
And
Before
Tabitha's got a lot to say about that.
Get to that point.
Technically, they could meet each other in the stepladder if they keep it up.
So I'm seeing a lot of down lane hang now, and I think we were talking about the asymmetrical balls burning up real soon. I think that's what's really happened, especially down there watching Chris and Noah. They were both in big asim stuff, and it would start to hook, and then it would just look like it would roll out. Mm-hmm. Noah made a ball change now. He went to the primal range, the red ball, and slowed it down a little bit. He started this game with a double. Martinez changed balls also. I don't know what he went to, but it looked like it was a little faster down lane as well. And so Noah missed in a little bit there for a 7 count.
Okay, well, David takes care of his spare. So Kelso started with a spare and a double. Ernest 2 spares. He's looking to strike on 8.
So Clay moved up 6 spots that game.
That's crazy.
With the 248.
That's impressive.
I think that is
He
that
shoots
the
another 248. That's a high game for today.
high game of the day so far, right? Yeah.
Puts up another 240, 250. He may make it into the cut.
Jump in there. That's what I was telling Noah, because he's like, this happened. The why me? You gotta let that go.
Yeah.
You gotta. I go. You have 24 shots left potentially. Make them the best. I go.
Exactly.
Forget about what happened. I go. You still have a chance to make this. If you keep snowballing the other way, you have no chance.
Absolutely.
true.
Can't change the past.
I said, just
It's a lot of things.
Make your ball
wish
change.
could-
dedicate yourself to it, and just make the best shots you can. You don't need huge scores. You just need to get that win. Oh, and now he went high, did the highlight, went high on the last shot and then light on the next one. Just how touchy they are too, though. And when you're trying to control speed, I know when I start messing with my speed, my arm and my accuracy go out the window.
Yep, because especially if you're trying to slow it down, then you get into this factor of trying to place it into such a tight window.
Yes.
And it gets spirals out of control quickly.
Uh-huh.
And then the downside is when you try to throw it much faster, then you have a tendency to overthrow it for us to the right.
Uh-huh.
So it's just finding that fine window of keeping it the variance of speeds. And that's again separates.
That's just human nature.
Yeah.
You
Those-
see one thing and you want to make sure you don't do it again. So you overcompensate.
Going, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's very rare you see somebody who, even if you're playing a gutter, throw the ball in the gutter twice, because you throw it in the gutter the first time, you overcompensate to make sure you're not going to do
Yep,
it.
you're going to go through the face the next time to make
Yes.
sure.
Now, if you go gutter twice, tells you a couple things. One, well, it depends on how you went gutter. If you're trying to play the gutter at 35, 40 feet, and you keep going in the gutter there, tells you are fearless, so you're going to play the gutter.
I did that at league, but I was not fearless. I just threw it out the window.
Noah went back-to-back opens down there after a double.
Our top 5 going into this.
Chris has a 5 count standing up there too, looks like. So like they're giving it back to each other.
Is Tabitha's not doing a ton down there. Stark is in front of us over here. He's not doing a ton of anything.
Neither
Felix
is
is struggling. Zach, where's Zach at?
Still,
Is he bowling Tabitha?
Felix at 1284, and Casey, and all the way down to Kevin at 12, or Chris at 1240. So 3rd through 8th is still tight.
Correct. And where I was going is that your top 5, they're not doing anything spectacular. So, like Chris, Kevin, and Casey, they put together a massive game. They're going to jump in there.
Yep, somebody's
for
going to
sure.
create some separation there.
Nobody's got a string going except for
Chris.
Chris. Yeah. So Kelso, he's okay. I've plotted and bought my time here.
Right? Yeah, he made that move and he's pinging it now, and
He never went in a panic mode.
no, he figured it out. He said, I'm going to just try this. And I'll give it to Dwayne. He's already 15 games in 2 days. You know, he's the oldest Stark brother. He's showing him how it's done.
You got it. He said, don't forget about me. I still can do this.
There was a lot of father-son combos this weekend. It was cool to see. You know, got Dwayne and Nate. I think Mike and his son were bowling.
Zach and
Zach and Felix, me and Noah.
Yep.
I think the Tom Rodabaugh and his son were bowling.
It should have a father-son doubles.
It could happen. You know, that'd be cool. That'd be a cool event.
Then if you have a daughter that bowls too, you can have trios.
There you go.
It'd be very interesting.
I feel like there'd be a lot of arguing.
Amongst the teams themselves, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're not holding your end.
What are you doing?
Man, what's
What
going
is-
on down there?
Kind of amazing is the pairs in front of us, they are all clean.
Yeah, they are.
So they've cleaned up the spare shooting.
Hey, they wanted to put on a show.
Oh, they know it's crunch time now, and it's same thing kind of applies is when you're making spares. Take the 6 out, takes and the 7s. But if you're making 8 and 9 count spares consistently, tells me you're back to focused again. If you're missing them early, you just
Right.
dropped a little bit of focus,
Right.
and you feel like game 1, 2, 3. Okay, I missed this one. I got time. Now there's no more time for me to miss these. I'm really, really focused on making all these spares.
Got to tighten up the screws.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like over there Noah's not doing very, very hot. Just kind of coming undone at the seams. But Chris isn't bowling much better.
Yeah.
It's that down lane. It's just very tricky. See, like that looked good
Oh,
until
wow.
it got to the where it needed to hook, and then it just went.
Looks like there's
And
an
we got
out of
out of range.
range.
Oh no!
Good job, Philip David.
Maloney got a little down lane hang there.
Nope, you got to leave it. You just clear your deadwood and
Yep.
let it go. See, this is why I'm gonna get home at halftime. I'm
Yeah.
messing around.
I'm excited for
The
that
machines
show.
have ran very well though all weekend.
Never
I don't-
seen anything
I think
go down.
We've had one respot call yesterday. I didn't have no other calls.
And this
It's
is
good
a
center.
byproduct of you applied so much more oil down the lane, it's going to move into the
A little
pin
bit,
deck.
right. Yeah, it was, but no mechanical issues, no delays whatsoever. Lanes played, all the machines ran fantastic. The scoring unit keeps your name and your score as you travel, so you knew exactly what you had, which
That's
was
the good and bad. You start looking up there and like, oh, okay, where's
yeah, you can see it what everybody has. Scoreboard watch.
exactly. I've never been a scoreboard watcher. I try to just, hey, let it lie where it lies.
Make those shots and then see what happens at the end.
Absolutely.
I'm the exact opposite. I've got into a bad habit of,
Watching.
yeah.
So Martinez struck. It looks like he put a double up there, but then now he has a split up. So
It looks like the way they're going to do this is 1 and 2 is going to be on 7 and 8, 3 and 4, 9 and 10, 11 and 12 is 5 and 6. On down. So, yep.
Oh.
So they did position that already. This 100% credit on all of this. They've got all their parameters already filled out. Meaning,
Yep.
okay, when we get to our position round, we already know where they're going to be because this tells us what order they're in, and we
Yep.
just set the lanes.
yeah,
I
and
got to get 2 there.
especially when they're that close to each other.
Yes.
Those two.
Wait, I'm confused because wouldn't 1 be on 1? Why is 1
No,
on
because
7?
they're starting their position round on 7.
Oh.
and then wrap it around.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. I thought they were starting it on 1.
Yep. Starting on 7 and 8, 9, 10. So that means our leaders will be in front of us here on 7 and 8. And then we can go 9 and 10 for 3 and 4.
Gotcha.
So we keep an eye on what's going on for sure. Kelso is on 290 pace.
Yeah, he's making his move.
Yes.
Oh, and
Oh.
you jinxed him
Good job,
again.
Steve. Good job, Steve.
Good job.
Good job, Steve.
It's a real thing, man. It's a real thing. He's probably gonna make this, and he'll still be in the 260s.
Oh yeah, easily. Because it's Chris.
Yep, it's Chris. That's right. Noah left another 9-pin down there. He's pulling on his samurai striker tail.
Oh, there's a 210 for Felix on 9.
But if you're leaving a 8 or 9 pin, you're doing pretty
You're
good.
close. You
yeah.
just got. It's just frustrating because you are so close. Now he's missing the.
Oh. Okay, so he has it open there.
Still get to
56.
256.
250. Yep,
250 and 30 is 280. That's probably going to move him in.
that'll be a big jump.
Yes.
Let's see. Those guys had 2 strikes between them
On 1 and 2?
on 1 and 2, yeah. And that
Yeah,
was
it's
Kevin
not
had
good.
a double, but he had an early open as well. Gets one high flush. That match is 205 to, I can't see,
To
188.
188.
So still anybody's match with the 1 frame to go there. These guys have just a couple strikes apiece. Dwayne just hanging in there still, just battling. Philip
So
David.
Ernest can get to 32 and still lose by 25
Yeah,
or 24. But you still want to fill these because you never know what may happen.
Exactly.
He can 8 or 210 again.
he could reverse 4-bagger him here.
Yeah, he could.
Oh, no,
Yep.
no, gave that idea away. Still 210, but
That's not going to be enough.
yeah. At this point, these guys down here need to win their matches, the guys in the bottom,
Yes.
just to give
And put up
themselves a chance.
good numbers doing it.
Uh-huh.
And then the problem is those middles. Kelso is the epitome of what you want to do. I'm outside the cut. I need to put up a big number
Right.
and win. That's going to vault me so hard or
Right.
so high up.
And then with 1 game to go, so you don't have more games than to like mess it up.
Yep.
He's doing it in the right place for sure,
Totally.
especially since next game is position round.
Yes. Only thing be better is to shoot 290 in a position round or in a position game.
Uh-huh.
That is true.
Stark.
Oh, that's the head pin.
Yep.
He's hanging in and playing in the track area still. He hasn't varied too much.
No.
But that straighter trajectory, though, it keeps him in play. Same thing with Tabitha. They kind of playing similar lines, these two.
And they're 1 and 2.
Uh-huh.
Go figure. Now the slight difference is Stark. If we look at games 5 and 6, and granted, it could be the pairs as he's on. He went 167, 165, whereas Tabitha 200, 227. She's only had 1 game the whole day under 200,
Uh-huh.
and still won that game. By the way, she has yet to lose a match. Or
Yep.
lose a game.
Yeah, those bonus pins add up so fast. Philip looking for second strike, still not finding it.
No. So Ernest 210.
Yeah, 210 if he doubles here, finishes it out.
There you go.
A little loft.
Oh,
I like his idea, though.
that's brutal. Usually that's the story of my life. You struggle, get it there, and pay that penalty.
Yeah, so, yep.
Oh, well, David missed his
Oh,
9
no.
9-10.
Oh, no, let's see.
He can max out at 198. Whereas
All right.
Max can max out at 20, 50, 80, 248.
Casey,
Yeah.
is that where we're at? Yeah. Yep. Looking at another ball.
There you go. Felix, this is the second time he's open or split on that lane. Unfortunately, this one's in a 10th.
Oh, no.
So he's going to
Felix.
lose.
He was winning that match, too.
He was.
But that's how quickly a match can change.
Yep. Yep, that's true.
A pair of opens never helps.
No. Especially when there's splits.
Yeah.
But I mean, an open's an open.
Oh. Just jumped right at the end there.
4, 6, 7.
Phillips kicking himself for missing that 9 pin now. He
Yes, he
makes
is.
that, he still has a chance.
So Chris is going to finish at 240 to 44, 45. plus 30, 70.
That'll move him up a bunch.
Yes, 70 right now is pretty big.
Probably get him into the top 5 for sure.
Yeah, I would agree.
Oops.
Oh, so
That's how I shot him yesterday.
plus 74. Felix dropped 41.
Ooh.
So that's a 110 pin swing right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he might have just went above Felix.
Felix was at 84 and
Yeah.
Kelso was at 42. Oh, yeah, he went around. Yeah. He might have caught Dwayne. No, Dwayne's hanging in there.
He could win this match still, right? With the double?
Correct.
It's a big one here.
Oh, it looks good.
Yes.
Yeah. That puts him in the 190s. He needs this one to get the win. We had people from Colorado Springs, Wyoming, Denver, Nebraska, coming from all over to bowl this.
You got it.
There's no doubt. There's been a lot in the cut. There's been a lot of Wyoming and Colorado, but there was only one person that
From
was from
Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Blake?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, come
Oh,
on,
it's
come on.
in.
Yep,
Brooklyn.
Yep.
Oh.
No. 6 counter.
So Greg's going to hang on to that one.
79, 80. No, he won.
Oh, he did?
Yep. Because he can get to 9.
Oh,
or
he
he's
could
at-
get to
yep.
99.
Yep.
He needed that first one.
So
The
start.
pole's in my way. I
Yeah,
can't see,
exactly.
see what's going on there.
They strategically place these poles right where they need it.
Yeah.
Always.
The heck with keeping the building up. I need to move that pole out of the way. Okay, 3 there. Doesn't. Not the end of the world. 198.
But those
See.
bonus pins
Yes.
keep adding up.
They do. All right, so Casey, 9 counts there.
Looks like he's going to win this match as long as he stays clean.
48-78 for Philip. So yes, he makes a spare and he's virtually has this.
And
Don't wanna do that.
Oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
It got a little closer.
It did.
Now he needs to mark.
Now he needs to mark.
Yes.
But if he gets a double, he'll shut him out.
He marks, he shuts him out. Marks and throws, keeps the ball in the middle of the lane.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Just gave him a little bit of hope.
Yes.
See if he takes that hope away.
Maybe it was his tactic.
Yeah.
yes.
Get it. Oh.
9, okay. Needs to make this. He's sitting on 74. 75. Then he just needs 3. 4. 3's a tie.
And
Okay.
it looks like he got it.
Did take care of that one.
There it is. Yep. So puts him at the 175. Just needs a few pins.
Yes. He just doesn't need a 3 count.
Just needs to keep it on the lane.
Keep it in the middle of the lane.
Yes.
Even if he goes through the face and gets a 4 count, it's good enough.
Yeah, that'd be brutal, but yes.
Moneyed it.
There you go.
Nice.
No
No doubts about it.
question asked.
No doubts. So 185 plus 30. He
It's
was
215.
he was in 6th.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be a shake up here
And
coming in.
I don't know what Joe ended up, but he had a string of strikes down there
Okay.
too. So
This is getting very interesting.
the tighter they get, it's getting some. We're getting a little bit of drama going.
Just a little bit.
I've seen a lot of 160s today.
Yes.
A lot of 150s.
Yeah. 170, 150, 160, 80s. I mean, it's just they're everywhere.
Uh huh.
The only person who did not suffer that 170 penalty was Tabitha.
So far, yep.
Yeah.
She's got a 100-pin lead, though,
She can, realistically, if she gets the position right, she could shoot 170.
and still be okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Still be the number one
Oh,
seed.
messenger.
There you go.
Position round coming up. Thank you guys for having me.
No worries. Thank you for coming.
I've enjoyed this thoroughly.
Yeah, it's
been
been
awesome.
fun.
Just trying to listen to, because I think he said if there's a tie in any of the positions.
They have a one-game roll-off.
I think so.
Whoa.
Okay, so 177. All right, so we're going to step aside for just a couple minutes while everybody takes their shoes off so we can count where we're at.
I don't know if you want me to take my shoes
Count
off.
all our toes.
Exactly. Just got to get the last sheet and just double check everybody's math, because the last thing you want to do is go through it, have somebody in the wrong position, and then realize it at the end, and then becomes a problem.
Yes.
So we're going to step aside for a couple minutes while they tabulate, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Awesome.
Okay, lady and gentlemen, this is your position round on lane 7. Our tournament leader for 7 games on lane 7, Tabitha Duval. On lane 8, Dwayne Stark. On lane 9, Chris Holdout. Lane 10, Joe McGuire. Lane 11, Casey Maxted. Lane 12, Kevin Maloney. Lane 13, Felix Garcia. Lane 14, Zach Garcia. Lane 15, Chris Martinez. Lane 16, Blake Ernest. Lane 17, Greg. Lane 2, Clay Shields. Lane 3, Noah. Lane 4, Philip David. Lane 5, Garrett Hunter. And lane 6, Scott Sloan. Now, if we have a tie in the top 5, we will have a 9th and 10th after the tournament finals. So, good luck and good bowling, and have some fun this game. And thanks a lot for bowling. It's been a great tournament so far.
So, Kelso has just shot 40 here. So I'm thinking you move left and hit 15 at the arrows out to like 1. And then just walk back. My shoe.
Okay, we have our position round pairings. Tournament leader is,
Tabitha.
so right now she is at plus 278.
What? Oh, yeah. I had an interesting.
Never
moment.
lost a match.
No, she didn't.
Dwayne Stark is number 2. 3, Chris Kelso. 4, Joe McGuire. 5, Casey Maxt. Who,
He squeezed himself in.
yes, he did. Kevin Maloney is in 6th, just right outside the number. Felix Garcia and Zach Garcia is 7th and 8th. Chris Martinez is 9th. And 10th is Blake Ernest. So, to make it legitimately in right now, your number is plus 61.
So it dropped.
It did. So Stevie's back.
Yeah.
Took a little tour of the building.
Checked it out.
Tabitha put a show on. She was
Yes,
plus
she did.
260 or 278.
7-0-1 in match play. 225 pins of bonus pins.
One game under 200.
That's some great bowling.
Yes.
That's some phenomenal bowling.
Wayne Stark's second. Third is Kelso. Kelso, that big number. That
Yep.
big 70 pin jumped him into 3rd place. 4th is Joe McGuire. 5th is Casey Maxt. Kevin Maloney's just outside the number. So we're at plus 61. Kevin's 4 back. And then
Felix.
is under 20. He's like 18.
Uh-huh.
Zach is another 21 back of that, so he's 31 or 39. And who would we have here? Chris Martinez has a chance.
Still.
He's just going to need a big number.
Yep. Just like Chris did that, popped that 240. If someone could do that down there,
Yeah.
you never know what happens.
Yeah.
And there is, these guys want to bowl because there is difference in dollar amounts in the way they finish, so
That is true.
still don't, it's not like they're going to all get the same. So you want to finish higher
what they
than the
should do.
next guy.
6 through 16. Just give them all the same check.
Right. Thanks for playing.
Merry Christmas.
There you go. So we are underway. Our top seeds are on 7 and 8. We also will show 9 and 10 here. Flip back and forth every so often. Show you 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. Because they're all
So Tabitha
Over the
and
court.
Dwayne didn't bowl each other in
At
the
all.
round robin, right?
Nope.
So that's good. So they're bowling each other now. They could potentially bowl each other again in the step ladder.
That is true.
Kevin and Chris have.
So they're
Zach.
bowling each other again.
Yep, Zach and Felix have.
Uh-huh.
I don't know about Joe and Casey. I don't think they did. I think they were in the different sides as well.
We'll see if Zach and Felix tie again.
They both shoot 290 to tie.
That'd be crazy.
That would be wild.
Yes.
So when me and Noah travel together, we usually do it. Low man has to drive home.
Oh, that's smart.
I've driven home so many times.
He's over there sleeping.
Yep, right away too. It doesn't even take long. We joke around like I go, I'm the second best bowler in the family, but sometimes I'm not. Sometimes he's the second best bowler, but we really know the best bowler is my wife.
There you go.
So we don't even have a chance.
Absolutely. Chris is bowling Joe. So Joe starts off with a double.
That soft speed for Joe has been very, very beneficial today. Because he's put up some 220 games in there.
Yep. His low game was 179. So Joe went 204, 194, 179, 197, 204, 221, 208.
So
way Kelso got to third place is 189, 192, 158, 198, 174, 209, 244. Dwayne Stark, 222, 202, 208, 210, 167, 165, 198. So he struggled in games 5 and 6. But the amazing thing is he struggled both those games, ended up winning one of them.
Right.
So the hurt factor wasn't as bad. Casey, 134 to start. He was in dead last by himself.
Yep.
Never gave up. 213, 162, 213, 236, 198, 185. Got himself
And
into
those
fifth
bonus
place.
pins. Yep.
Nice.
That
And this-
just shows that you can shoot a bad first game and come back.
As well as it's the evening or the making it even is where I'm trying to go with this. When you take away the pins, now everybody's back to square
Right,
one.
right.
Because if they had kept the pins in play, this lineup is going to be different.
It's totally different. Yep. Yeah, totally. That's where I was talking with Noah. He was 110 pins on Greg yesterday, but he got $130 for being the leader. He's like, I really wish I could have had those pins instead of the $130 today.
Can I just buy those pins
But
back?
but that's what we know the format coming
Going
into
in.
the tournament,
Yeah.
and that's why getting to the top 16 is so important because you still have a chance. Everyone has a chance today when they start in the morning, and so just getting there is important.
Yes. So Tabitha starts off with a spare open.
Oh my gosh, that's the kind
Brutal.
of day it's been.
Yeah.
He just laughs about it.
It's all you can do at this point.
Ooh,
Oh.
Tabitha with a 710.
Ooh.
She did get hear her name that she's the number 1 seed. That, again, I mean, I don't know her, and she's obviously a very well and accomplished bowler, but hearing your name as the number 1 seed can
Get
be a little bit of
chills.
pressure. Yeah.
You get those chills. But honestly, as long as she gets to 160, 170, she's going to be the number 1 seed.
True, but you don't want to be leaking oil going in there.
That's true. It's about momentum still. You don't want your momentum
And your
to go
confidence
backwards.
and all this, because now you're like, oh man, I just barely got there. I just shot the 160, blah blah blah, yada yada. Again, Joe McGuire is bidding to try to get to the top seed. That dude started off with the front 4.
Got the 4-bagger
He's
going.
the only one in the building with the front 4 right
Where's
now.
he at? Oh,
He's bowling Kelts over here.
gotcha.
Maloney and Casey are struggling. Chris misses a spare there. He opens.
Oops.
So there's hope for
Oh, man, and Chris went 3 opens in a row down there.
correct. After he built up all that comeback.
Uh-huh.
And it looked like he was starting to feel good, and now
Get the freight train going forward.
Stark takes care of his spare. Stark staying clean.
Yeah, he's going to maintain his position, I think, too.
Depends on what Tabitha ends up with. He may be able to overtake her. Because he's going to get the 30 bonus. So that puts him at 80, puts him, I guess he's still 50 back. So he'd
Yeah.
have to beat her by about 50.
Yeah, no,
It's going to be a
He's
lot.
120 behind her,
But he gets the 30 for winning.
so he'd need to win by 90
Yes.
just to have a chance. I don't
that's
think
not
that's
happening.
going to happen.
Yeah. So your number 1, I mean, I think
I think she's going to
It'll
hang
be-
on for number 1.
yeah.
Dwayne's going to hang on for number 2. It's going to be a battle between 3, 4. I think Joe could get to number 3.
Joe could possibly get the 2 if he decides he's going to shoot 300 here.
And, yeah, and Dwayne loses there because
Yeah, because he would get.
he's
He'd
190 behind him.
have to gain. He'd only gain 70.
Yeah. Oh, Chris has another open up there. He's putting up a phone number.
Yes, he is. Who is he dialing?
547263352.
Wow,
call me.
it's long distance. Whatever it is, it's long
Yep.
distance.
Call me, baby. Scotty's number's in the women's bathroom. Your number's posted in the women's bathroom. For a good time call. So Noah, I had this conversation with him earlier. He's playing the gutter now. He's pinging it off the gutter. He rang a 10 and then missed it. This one looked like it was going to go in the gutter, and then watch. Now he leaves another 9. Oh, it's been the story of his day. He's left more 9 pins today than I've seen in a long time.
And our strikes have stopped at 4.
Oh.
He's got a big split
And
up.
he's got a split. It's makeable, though.
Yes.
It's makeable.
Well, Steve, let me let you in on a little inside thing, too. Your person over here to the left believes that, which in theory is true.
Exactly.
Everything's makeable.
Everything's
It's just
makeable.
a
It
matter
is.
of the percentages are very, very low.
So, I mean, I'm not wrong.
You're not wrong.
Exactly.
No, every chance is. Some of them are harder than others.
Exactly. Rob, you can tell me I'm right.
No.
If you do that one time, Rob, you tell her she's right one time, you're going to open a whole other can of worms.
Exactly. So just keep on going.
You just shake your head and agree, I guess, right?
Not even.
So you agree that I'm right?
I agree with what you're saying. Some are harder than
So
others.
I am right.
They're all makeable.
Yeah, I got told I was right from both
Yeah.
Rob and Steve.
I did not see you right.
Excuse me.
All right, so you could still have one left-hander in the top
Yep.
5.
Yep. One lefty, one lady. All thumbs.
All thumbs.
Ooh, I didn't think about it that way.
You know, as fast as the two-handed style is catching on, it's still, this game is still a game of mastery at this high level.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the total field here, the average age is probably over 40, I'm guessing, just from the guys I've seen. You know, Noah's 29. He's one of, I think Zach might be the youngest at probably 26, 27, however old he is.
Ernest, maybe? How old is he?
He's
He
mid
graduated
20s.
before-
Yeah, so see, then we got some senior guys. So
Oh, yeah.
bowling to me is a maturity game. You get always going to get your hot shots, the youngsters that are superstars, you know. But over the long run, the guys you always see I feel like tend to be the older guys that have put in their time, put in the work to
Absolutely.
get to that level.
Because there's something to be said about experience.
You can't beat experience.
No. If you've been around long enough, you know all the tricks of the trade. And you know that no one's going to shake you. They can come up with all these different facets of how they're going to, I'm going to take 20 minutes to bowl this next shot, or
Right.
I'm going to go really quick. Or,
Right.
Ooh, somebody spilled this water. You know,
What happened here?
so-
Gamesmanship.
yes. So Stark still has yet to strike.
Neither
he's
of them
clean.
can strike on
Yeah,
that
no one's
pair.
got a strike on that lane yet. Chris almost left another open, barely made that 1-2-4, 1-2-4.
So Felix and Zach aren't putting anything together to go around anybody.
Wow, this is going to be interesting how this shapes up, because nobody's putting up nothing.
Exactly.
They got hard today. They got harder. Where yesterday that you had some rev rate and you had, you know, obviously you had 6 bowlers on a pair, so the lanes changed quite a bit. Where they kind of cracked a little bit in the end yesterday. If they're playing the middle, it looks like they're just rolling out down lane, and you know, oops, missed that one. He got it too far down lane, missed the gutter, missed the bank spot. These guys have one strike. So between the 4 lanes right here, we have 1 strike between 4 bowlers. 2 strikes between 4 bowlers.
Yeah, it's
Another missed head pin. And granted, these guys are 7th and 8th or 15th and 16th, but they're 1 and 2.
Exactly. And they're experiencing the same thing.
Wait, I have a question.
Yes.
So, like, for your guys' personal opinions, do you think that it's smart to re-oil for the finals, or would you just leave it? Like, if you were the ones running the tournament.
I seen the lane machine out, and I almost feel like last year they reran the lanes, but I'm not 100% sure. I think that creates an advantage maybe more for back to Tabitha because she was so good early.
Yeah.
But then you're going to put 3 more games on the pair. So I think for time constraints, I don't think they're going to oil, but I'm not 100% sure. But I think it changes things again, and then it gives everybody a whole nother chance if you just made it.
A whole nother level of interestingness.
Yep.
Oh, Chris did throw one in the gutter.
Oh.
He just was talking about that. I said you really had to force it into the gutter, and he decided he was going to force that one into the gutter.
I've never
After
seen.
a spare.
That's the most stressed I've ever seen Chris.
Really?
Like you've seen his shoulders kind of go up just now. He normally doesn't get like that, but 4 or 5 opens in a row will do that to anybody.
That is true.
Yeah, especially when you're in the number.
It's frustrating.
Yes.
It is.
So
It
now
is.
he's trying to hold on at this point.
So the year before I won, I made the match play, and I was the punching bag. I went 1 and 7, and I think the only match I won was game number 7. Then I lost the position round, and so I know what it's like to be one. The next year I think I went 7 and 1. So you learn from it, and I've been on both pairs.
Hey,
There
there's
she
our
goes.
first.
We got a strike now. 3
Ooh.
strikes between the 4 bowlers.
Does.
Oh, there's one there. See, just had to open up the floodgate.
And Scott Sloan's probably one of the best bowlers nobody knows about. Really.
Northern Colorado is his claim to fame. Won a ton up there. So, I mean, he's struggling. And
Which
it's
is surprising to me. Very
he's
surprising.
no slouch. I've seen him put up some serious numbers before.
Yep. That slow roll and
Oh, wow. Dwayne
Interesting.
had to copy.
Interesting thing about Mr. Sloan, I'm putting his business in the street right now. So he came to me to Jerome Sabomas. That guy is extremely particular.
Okay.
Meaning that you're not going to miss by more than probably 30 seconds. Or else
he could feel it.
and you're going to be drilling a new one.
Oh.
That's how particular he is.
Wow.
Which is a good thing.
It makes a long day as a driller. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I know.
Because you're, no matter how good you are, you're still checking yourself.
Right.
I mean, I check with him. Lay it out, check it. Okay, cool. Think we're good. Check it. Put it on the press. Drill the first hole. Check it. Second hole. Check it. Put that bit down. We're gonna check that again and go. And he's not. And same thing with his thumb. He does not want any tape at all in the thumb.
Oh, wow.
So you got to cut it short and really play with the sander. And now, to his credit, he came to me when he first came to me. I was like, hey, notice that you don't have an oval. Let's do an oval. Nope. He was particular. I was gonna do it. One day I snuck an oval in on him. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. This is great. But you still got to get that front to back. You got to nail it.
No, threw it in the gutter. Sorry.
No worries. So, yes, he keeps me on my toes. No
That's
doubts
good,
about that.
but that goes to show though the level that he bowls at, and it shows because he's always in the finals of all these tournaments. Whether it's an ABT or a scratch tournament, he's always up there.
Yeah. Yes, no doubts about it. The dude, he tries to find a tournament every week in the bowl. That's what he does. So, yes, he's very committed. I think his family owned a center at one point in time.
Okay, yeah, they did. Longmont Lanes.
Yep, there you go.
Or something like
yep,
that.
Yep, something like that.
Yep. I remember that place. I used to be off of Main Street.
Really? There you go.
Uh-huh. Another one that is real particular, I don't know if you had to deal with Ron Hostler.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, we love Ron. Ron's awesome.
There's nobody that works harder at their game than Ron. He
Oh, yeah.
practices after league. He technical about his thumbs, and like I've gotten some advice from Ron recently, which 10 years ago he never said a word to me, and now he's giving me advice. So we've come a long way with a lot of these guys, and it's like simple stuff. Like one day he says it looks like your grip is too loose. You should put some tape. I did. I put some tape on. I made it tighter. And man, all of a sudden I went from feeling like I was squeezing it, and I was like, oh, as simple as that. When I first came, I don't know if you guys, I had brain surgery like 6 years ago, and coming back to bowling, I had to kind of get my balance back, I had to get my grip back, and I couldn't get out of the bowling ball because I was squeezing it.
Yeah.
And he said, squeeze it before you start. So like when you get to here, squeeze it, and then when you get to the back, it'll release, and then naturally when you get to let go, your hand will let go.
That's actually really smart.
It's like some of these guys have ideas that you're like, oh my gosh, I would have never thought of that. But he helped me get my
Been there,
release
done
back
that.
on track. And he's always working on something, plugging this, plugging that, But it shows he's 70 some years old, and he was leading the senior tour last week.
You got
He's
it.
the GOAT.
So that's impressive.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
He's in the Hall of Fame.
Yep. There's a reason why.
He deserves it.
So Stark takes care of his spare. Still clean.
Oh, did Chris just throw it in the gutter again?
No,
On the
he's going
spare.
for a spare.
No.
It did though.
Yeah,
huh?
I mean, he didn't need
Chris
it.
got some?
Oh.
Because he's 210 and 136. He didn't really care.
Yeah.
Oh.
So 210
Ouch.
plus 30 is 240 for Joe.
That's gonna help him, move him up probably.
Yes.
So he should be
He's
in
gonna
the
jump
cut.
Chris.
Well, yeah, Chris may drop completely out.
Uh-huh.
So it's just a matter of whether he holds on
What
or
they're
not.
doing down there.
Yeah. Dwayne still with the spare here is clean. Have a clean 190, which is
It's a hell of a game.
that is
It's a great game.
on what they're bowling on. That's like shooting 220.
Exactly.
Greg Nerum just came up and said 5 and 6, not his favorite pair.
No.
But he didn't say it quite like that.
No, he
No.
did not.
That pair will never have his name on it. I bet you that. I guarantee you that. All right, spare there, so clean.
And Tabitha can actually tie if he strikes here.
Oh yeah, we could have another tie.
Yes. But she's going to have another game under 200. 2 out of 8 under 200 is not a bad day. She's still going to be your leader.
Yep. Number 1 seed, chance to make some Wyoming history.
And she averaged over 200 for qualifying.
No doubts.
Yep.
No
Yep.
doubts. She averaged over 200 in the round robin.
Yeah,
Excellent bowling.
Yes.
there's no doubts about that.
All right, so Stark finishes at 187.
It's funny to watch when the bowlers come up and like so I've had a couple conversations, and so I'm not gonna name names, but they say, "Is she still throwing it straight up 10?" I tried that yesterday and I couldn't do it.
Because you're not her.
Exactly. It's that why me mentality though, like
Yeah.
because you think she's doing it. You should have tried better to do what she was doing.
Absolutely.
It's funny though to hear bowlers. It's always that. I had my conversation with Noah, and I was like, "Try the gutter." I'm like, "Chris is pinging the gutter." I tried that, and it didn't work. Okay.
Because I obviously know a lot of people in the industry and know a whole lot of mechanics. The mechanics, they know usually their adage is that the bowlers are never happy with them when they don't score well. and then when they shoot 300, they don't get any credit
Right,
anyway. So
right.
what's the point? So I just push a button. Half of them just like, well, tell you, I just push a button because they don't want to hear about it and so on and so forth. Which is one of the great things about. Oh, she's got one more ball. The PBA is, as a player, you can't say anything about that lane, man, or conditions, or anything else.
Right.
Taking all that out the equation. And they're not out to get anybody. They just push a button and it puts the pattern out. It is what it is. But there are people who think that the lane people are out to get them.
Right. And so
there we go. So 170s are low game of the day.
not in a bad spot though.
Nope.
Like absolutely. Just gonna sit down and relax now for a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, get
herself recomposed.
Yeah, get recomposed.
And congratulations to her. I am thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, no doubt.
Still averaged over 200, even with 170 at the end. It's going to be your leader.
Dwayne's probably going to stay in second.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see
What happens with Kelso? Where does he? Best case scenario for him is he's going to finish in fifth.
Yep. Yeah. I couldn't see scores down there, so I don't know what happened.
I think he's going to finish in fifth. 6. So yeah, he dropped.
It's going to be interesting.
Can Felix or Kevin get in? I think Kevin's going to get in.
You do?
Maloney, I think so.
Yeah, this is going to be close.
It is going to be close. So we're at a holding point. We're going to figure out who's in. Our finals are going to be here on 5 and 6. And we'll be back in just a moment.
Have some people stick around and root for your favorite bowler. We'll have the results here in about 2 minutes. And give Two-Bar a big round of applause. You see how fast these guys get this stuff done? It's amazing. I really appreciate you guys. And there is no ties, thank goodness.
You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly.
Here we have our 5 finalists for our top 5. In the 5th seed, Kevin Maloney. Coming ball in 4th seed, Felix Garcia. So Kevin finished at plus 66. Felix finished at plus 100 even. The winner of that match will move on to face Joe McGuire. So the winner of your first match is going to bowl Joe McGuire. He's your 3 seed. The winner of that's going to bowl your 2 seed, Dwayne Stark, and your tournament leader is Tabitha Duvall. So that is your tournament leader. They're going to take some practice shots, and we'll be back here momentarily. Okay. We start here momentarily. There's Kevin Maloney. He's finishing up his practice shots. So Kelso dropped the 6th. Missed by 16. So Tabitha shot 170 in the last game. Dwayne Stark 187 plus his 30 for the win. Joe McGuire shot that 210 plus his 30 for the win. Big move was Felix Garcia, 227 plus his 30, gave him a bump of 57, got him into 4 seed. Kevin Maloney shot 179, but he did win. So got him to 209. Kelso shot 136 last game.
He was only 16 pins out of the...
Casey, 167, 198 for Zach. And Chris Martinez, 183. So congratulations to all the other finalists who made round robin. Jared Hunter finished in 16th. Clay Shields is 15th. Noah Gallegos is 14th. Scott Sloan moved himself up to 13th. Blake Ernest, 12th. 11th, Greg Nerum. 10th, Philip David. Chris Martinez was 9th. 7th for Zach Garcia. Casey Max was 7th. And then Chris Kelso was 6th.
If you make it to this round, you're doing something right, that's for sure.
We're talking about the top 5 or
no,
top
the
16?
top 16.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing something really right if you make it here.
Exactly.
Absolutely. So thanks to Steve.
Thank you
Good,
guys so much.
good.
That was so fun.
Oh, we had a great time listening from the insights of somebody who bowled. He's been bowling us for a while. He's not that old. He thinks he's older than what he is. Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Kelso's leaving. There's Felix.
Just practicing.
There's one Alfred.
Wolfie?
There you go. All right, little faux pas to start with. Kevin Maloney, we believe, bowled on the wrong lane. I do believe. Shame on him. He is
Or
a
maybe he
senior.
was still
He's a senior.
practicing.
Yeah, well,
Kevin Maloney's a senior?
he is. Remember, he bowls the senior stuff. Yes, he bowls Rocky Mountain on the senior tour.
Oh, wait. I don't know who I'm thinking of then. Anyways.
Hold on 1 second. We'll be back in just a second. Okay. So Kevin starts off with a strike. Finally, we got all that corrected. And Felix starts off with a 210.
It's makeable.
Very. Noah, bowled well all weekend. Stevie, thanks again.
See you later.
Absolutely.
Felix starts out with an open.
He does. All right, Felix leaves a 4-pin
That's a 6-pin.
or 6-pin. Let's take care of the spare.
Nice.
All right, Maloney's going to be up.
Going for the double and leaves just a 7-pin.
Yeah, absolutely. Have fun. It's the first time being here, or being at the Cheyenne Masters.
Yes.
You came up for Travel League.
That is true. I did.
Fun times.
It was fun.
It's right down the road, or right up the road, spare there, from
It's-
where we're at.
It's really not that bad. Really not that far.
No, I mean, I'm sure if there's a bunch of snow on the road, it seems much further.
That is true. Wasn't it supposed to snow this afternoon, speaking of that?
No, I think we're good.
Sure hope so. Not a fan of the snow.
There you go. All right, Maloney, third frame. Start off with a strike spare.
I have a feeling this is going to be a really tight match because these are both very experienced bowlers.
All right, leaves a 7-pin. Did I get that one right for you?
You did. Look at you go.
I've learned.
You've learned.
I have got to be taught. Good bowling. Absolutely.
See if you could pick up the 7-pin. And points. He does.
Yep.
2 in a row.
2 spares in a row. All right, got Felix back up. Good shot.
Oh,
10
10
pin.
pin. Come on, Felix. Let's pick this up.
Zach bowled good today.
Very good.
Oh, good all weekend. He couldn't bowl bad yesterday and bowl good today. So
Exactly.
bowled great all weekend.
Zach was in 3rd yesterday, correct?
I think so. Takes care of the spare.
Nice. Felix is standing really far to the right.
Yes, he's on the ball return on the left lane.
He is. I've never seen Felix play there before,
There you go.
but he's
Well,
doing
now you
something
have.
right.
Yeah. Touch strike there. All right, Maloney with a strike and a pair of spares.
Spares are always good.
It's a strike
Nice.
there. Playing 2 different parts of the lane. So Maloney's deeper than Felix. Felix is playing extreme out.
It's crazy. I would be so afraid of dumping it in the gutter. But that's where you have to be really confident in your shot and
Yes.
where you're playing. You got to be pretty good.
Yes, no doubts. All right, Maloney looking for a double. Gets
And
it.
he does.
And a double does what?
Gets you out of trouble.
There you go.
That's the way I see it. Felix is also looking for a double to get him out of trouble.
He is. And again, he's playing extremely far to the right.
I feel like if you're standing that far too, you have the risk of wanting to tug it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you gotta trust what you're doing. Leaves a 10 pin. So no double for Felix. All right, Felix looking to take care of his 10 pin. Your nemesis.
Oh, yeah. Ain't that the truth?
Does do it.
Awesome.
There you go. That's how it's done. Just giving you a heads up. All right, Felix. Open. Thank you. It's a good shot.
Did Felix
light.
move a little bit?
No.
Up by a couple boards?
So another 9 count. Got a case of the 9s.
9s aren't terrible.
They're only terrible if your opponent's striking.
Yeah, that's true. You got plenty.
If your opponent's getting 8 counts, then the 9s are great.
Nines are fantastic.
Yeah, you can be. Yeah, looking to pick the spare up. Does do that. Okay. So Felix with an open, pair of spares, strike, and a pair of spares.
I like Felix's jersey.
Maloney. Start off with a strike, 2 spares, and then 2 strikes. Looking for a
Turkey. Gobble gobble.
oh.
Oh,
8-10.
wow.
That's what happens when you get in a little bit that deep and the ball deflects and hits flat. There's your penalty. 8-10.
That I was not expecting off of that shot.
Okay, gets 1.
I feel like that was a smart move.
To get 1?
Well, to go for the 10 pin, especially if he's more confident with going for the 10 pin instead of going for the split. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you're making this harder than it has to be.
I think the 8's going to be easier to pick up than the 10, right? In
And
theory.
not for some people. Some people the
Okay.
10 is easier.
Okay. Either way, he's got 115 and a 6. That we know for a fact, correct?
We do know that for a fact.
Does get a strike
Nice.
there, so just watch his ball. Problem he's getting there, but the ball's fading away. So you either need to move a little bit right or get a more angular ball on the backside of the lane.
One that's a little bit sharper.
Yeah. Okay, Felix could use a strike here for sure. Comes in high.
And he does.
Yeah, breaks up to 4-9. That would be a strike. So he's got 107 in the 6th, strike in the 7th. Maloney is 115 in the 6th, and a strike in the 7th. So that means Kevin's up by 8.
But it's made it a lot more interesting.
Yeah, that open brought the game a whole lot closer. So there we go. Felix is going to get extremely far to the right. It's going to come in high.
And it worked.
Okay. Let that one cross over a little bit. He did strike. Gets
Hey.
him a double.
Sometimes you need a little bit of luck.
Yeah.
Would you make an adjustment off of the 8-10?
Yeah. So I mean, I've got a better, gotta get a better ball going through the pins. So what we're looking at is look at the ball go through the pins. See,
Okay.
that was good.
Yeah, that was good. So what would your adjustment be off of an 8-10?
Well, it depends on what he did. If he missed it, that's one thing. If he just did not get any of that at all, and he just 8-10, okay, then you know I got to get it next time.
Yeah.
If he thought he threw it really good in 8-10, then I'm probably switching balls at that point in time.
Gotcha.
So we're going to watch this one too, see how this one goes through your pins.
Oh, he's left a 5 pin.
Yeah, he tugged that one a little bit, got a 5.
He did not like that.
No, he knew he didn't throw that one too well.
Do you think he was starting to feel a little bit of pressure since?
I think Maloney's been there, done that a little bit. I think he's trying not. His fear is if I get it too fast, too far away, I'm going to wash out.
Yeah. And you don't want to wash out right now.
No. Okay, got the
Those
spare.
can really hurt at the moment.
So Maloney's 164 and an 8th with a spare and a 9th. He can get to 214. Felix could get to 227. So it's in Felix's court right now.
So if he strikes here, technically he'll go ahead of
Yes.
Kevin.
He needed that to push. Leaves a 3-6-10.
So right now, it's about a 10-pin difference.
Yep. He spares and he's down by 10. So he cannot shut out Kevin.
And he
Does get
picks
the
it
spare.
up. He was a little nervous about that one.
That he was. I was just seeing if you noticed that.
Oh yeah, he was nervous.
Okay, so he wants to fill 10 or 3 strikes here. Force Kevin
To mark.
to show up in the 10.
Right, because if he gets 3 of them, he at least needs to mark.
Strike.
Yeah, he would have to strike.
Maybe go strike spare, then you have a tie, I do believe.
And that was
a good
pretty.
shot. That was a very good shot there.
Felix kind of scared me right there a second.
So what Felix is trying to do is he's trying to walk a little bit to the left, and then actually he's playing the gutter, but he needs to get the ball a little bit further to the right of where he's targeting or where he's looking to start with. So if you look, like the last shot he just made, before he was actually putting it on, say, 4.
Yeah, and that's
Now-
where I got confused.
Now he's trying to get the ball at 2 at the arrows. So in, out. There you go.
Oh, jeez.
That one got away from him. That one just got
Felix
away.
is making my heart drop over here. It's a little scary.
So 8 count there puts him at 194 if he spares. So strike and Kevin's wins. All he needs is a mark, actually.
80. No, he needs to strike.
No, strike. Then he wouldn't need any, or he would just need to knock down
Oh,
one pin.
yeah, never mind. I got confused.
All right, there's your winner. So Kevin Maloney will be taking on Joe McGuire, barring Kevin throwing the next 2 in the gutter.
That is
Then
true.
we'd still have a tie.
I don't think he's going to do that, though.
No. If he throws the first one in, he just throw the one down the middle at that point in time.
Exactly. Throw your spare ball. Just keep it on the lane.
So Maloney does get that.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations to Felix.
Yes. Bowled great, as
Yes,
always.
He's been bowling great all for about a month.
No doubts about that.
Month straight.
So now Kevin will go against the...
Joe McGuire, number 3 seed.
Yes.
Kevin finishing his last ball. Actually makes a ball change. There you go. It's that. So 194, 214. Kevin Maloney advances. We'll watch Joe take his practice shots. He's going to get 2 on each lane. So as Kevin takes his practice shots, we'll be back in just a moment.
No, I think he said he changed because his fingers weren't fitting in his other one. I think he said he switched balls to the fingertips and the mindset because with his finger being swollen and his fingertips. So I think he said he was changing. Oh, so yeah. So he's probably from the mindset because it mesmerizes where he couldn't get his fingers to that inset. Yeah. Yeah. He said he couldn't get his fingers to it today. Me, I would prefer to pitch. I would rather have the ball in my hand and I get to make the final decision. I don't want to have the feeling of sitting on the bench and watching somebody else strike. On the lane striking. But yeah, like I said, it's a preference thing. I do better under pressure. So like if I know
Okay. Second match underway. Maloney starts off with a 10 pin.
And picks it up.
He does pick it up. So now we add this to your list of tournaments that you've been to. How does this rank?
It's up there. It's a fun one.
Different format
Yeah.
than we've come across for a while. The
Yeah.
round robin's interesting.
I do like round robin. I definitely do.
And then to break it up in halves.
Yeah, that was definitely different.
Yes.
I think my favorite format though is when Jeff did the battle bag.
Okay. All right. 4-7. Yeah, that's unique format. What would have been even better is a combination factor. If you had battle bag, but you do it with the round robin 8. So if you lose that ball, but then so you're losing it the rest of the way through.
Oh, yeah.
So then somebody, if you win, you still have all 8 at the end. But if you lost all your matches, you'd have just 1.
But what if you only have 1 or 2 balls?
Well, shouldn't have showed up with just 1 or 2.
That's true.
All right. Joe's looking. Both start off with a spare. So we're even through 1.
That doesn't say very much.
Second shot.
Nice.
Does strike there. All right, Maloney looking to match him. Winner of this takes on
Dwayne. Right?
yeah, that's your number 1 dude.
Okay,
That's
you
your
didn't
number
say
2 seed.
anything.
Yeah,
You scared
that's
me.
good.
Like, am
You
I
gotta believe in
wrong?
yourself.
I did. That's why I spoke.
Does Dwayne have a last name?
Stark?
There you go. All right, just a 3-pin there. How come if it's Al Wolfie, it's not Starkey?
I used to call him Starky.
Did you?
Yeah. But ever since I got...
More mature and adult?
yeah, exactly.
But you still like Al Wolfie.
Oh, yeah. He's getting called Al Wolfie his whole life.
There you go.
As long as I know him.
Awesome.
I think it's fair.
No doubts. Looking to take care of the spare. Does do that. So Joe starts off with a spare strike. And Kevin starts off with 2 spares. Joe is from up here in Wyoming. Kevin from Loveland, right? Loveland,
think
Greeley,
so.
somewhere in there.
Seabull's a sweetheart. He's playing a different part of the lane now
Yeah.
as well.
Got away with the Brooklyn there. Our lone left-hander who's made stepladder.
He's the only one.
Yes. Good bowling. Great bowling. Absolutely.
Good job, Felix.
See if Joe can double here.
To get him out of trouble.
Nope, nope, nope. There's a washout. Let's see if you can nail that one.
The 1, 3, 6, 7.
There you go. Took a little while, didn't it?
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
Not even close.
Tough when you have to do the left side, especially on a washout.
Yeah.
Or combination pins that are on the right side because you're not used to calling them. The right one's unless it's 3-6-10 or 3-6-9-10.
Yeah, it was a little sketchy.
All right, let's see if he gives us a go.
Oh,
Oh, close.
he went for it.
He did. Okay, good shot there.
Nice.
So after the open, he does strike there. Maloney up in the fourth. Good shot there. Leaves a 4-pin.
4-pin.
I beat you to it.
Hey, that's not fair. Not fair at all.
Joe's from Casper, Wyoming. You know where that's at?
No.
Do you know where you're at now?
Wyoming?
Cheyenne.
Oh, well, that too. I mean, technically I wasn't wrong.
True. You're in Wyoming.
How far is Casper from here?
That's a good question. Got a little Google over there. Maybe tell you. Good spare there.
I'm not allowed to pick up my phone, though.
Yeah. Well, it's 2 hours and 20 minutes from where we're at. 175 miles.
So that's farther drive than we drive.
Yes. So he's got a little jaunt to get home. Strike there for Kevin. McGuire's up. Did you get the reference earlier when Steve said, McGuire showed me the money?
Mm-mm. I assumed it was from some movie.
Yes, it was. Oh, and he's a 5-pin. Look,
Oh,
hands
hands
from
are up.
everybody. He's hoping he picks this up because it could be costly.
Could be.
More ways than one.
Could be losing some money
There you go.
instead of gaining it.
Good spare there. Take this moment to thank Two Bar Lanes.
Yes.
Great hosts,
No doubts
very
about it.
accommodating. Everything we needed, they gave us and more.
Oh, yeah.
Everything ran extremely smoothly.
It really did.
Good shot here. It's in. Does strike. Even yesterday when the place was packed, there was
was.
standing room only in here, but no problems.
It was definitely packed in here.
Absolutely.
Kevin's looking for a double.
Yes. Jack Jensen's money is on Maloney. Comes in high there, leaves a 6-10.
He kicked out the 7-pin, though.
He did do that. Also like to thank their other sponsors, Fat Boys Tire and Harding Ranch. You're a beef eater.
I love me some meat.
And you could go to Harding Ranch, that's what they do.
Love that.
And for your car needs, tires, wiper blades. I think they do just about in many other features or things. Fat Boys tires. If you live up here in Cheyenne, I think they have other locations around as well, to be honest with you.
It sounds pretty familiar.
Yes. All right, Kevin. 7th frame. That's got to have to hurry.
I think he's throwing a pearl.
He's made a ball change.
Yeah.
So he's got the 1, 2, 4, 10. Remember I told you that's what he was worried about before?
Yes.
That is a real thing.
That is definitely a worry. I just don't understand. Why do they not consider the washout a split? There's a gap in between the pins, you know what I mean? But I know it's because of the head pin, but I just don't understand why that has a factor to
One
it.
of those old rules. Why is it called a washout?
Is he washed out?
Washed out of what?
I don't know. The
Yeah,
pins?
exactly.
It
So
wasn't clean. He had to
Kevin-
wash it out.
with the 124 and the 7. Joe looking to double here.
That could help him out.
Joe played some dice for a little bit. Joe, I think we made it to bed about midnight last night. Wire from this one. I know Joe.
He's got a chance. Nope. He's going to wash out.
Darn washouts.
1, 3, 10.
If you notice with his
Or
ball,
how about a 1, 3, 7?
it breaks. It definitely breaks early because he's getting it out to the dry,
Okay.
and then it skids. Like it doesn't finish through. Like
And
some.
that's probably a byproduct of using a solid, big solid there. Or a decent level solid. There you go.
Nice
Good
pickup.
spare. See how it rolled more later?
Yeah.
Got it more in. Stored energy from rolling through the oil. And then
So at this point of the tournament or match,
Okay.
would you switch to a pearl?
if I was him,
Yes.
actually that just showed me what one thing I need to know. So I'm going to go, actually, I'm going to move right and go more into out. So I can store a little bit more energy for later down the lane.
Gotcha.
Okay, leaves just a 6-pin. Another way you could do it too is get the ball further down the lane, so loft it more.
True. But I feel like if you're going to do that, you have to throw it a bit slower. At least
To
for the.
loft it? Or
Well, no,
to
I'm
get it
saying
to
like
roll after you get it through the air.
after you get it through.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense or?
Uh-oh. Does
got
take care
it.
of the spare. Now he's going to hook that a little bit much. 127 and the 7th with a spare and the 8th. Maloney's got 124.
With an open.
Yeah. Well, 124 and a 7th. So if he strikes here, he's actually takes the lead.
No.
Why wouldn't he?
Technically, Joe still has the lead.
All right, we're going to do some quick math here. So he didn't strike, but if he had struck there and they both strike out, who wins?
Well, Kevin would have.
Thank you. So
But-
he would have had the lead, right?
But yeah, but if
Okay.
you're
Any
looking
other
at
questions?
it one shot at
We're
a
done.
time.
We're done.
Oh my gosh.
So Kevin leaves the 1, 3.
I was looking at it as one shot at a time.
It is one shot at a time.
Exactly.
You're just assuming everybody gets a strike the rest of the way through.
Okay, well, I wasn't assuming that, so. And he
Uh-oh.
misses it.
He does. So back-to-back opens for Kevin. Puts him at 133 in the 8th. Best he can do is 193.
Did he make it to the stepladder last year?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. Very good question. I think Scott Myers did. Daryl Stone. Greg.
Greg Din.
I don't know. It's a good question. Very good question you got.
Of course.
So that was 3 out of 4. And then the person who won was not Kevin, so that's 4 of the 5. So we are missing one person there. All right, here's Kevin. Leaves a 4-pin. You've never bowled in Wyoming, have you?
No.
They have JBTs up here, right?
Yeah, they have the WJBTs. I actually wanted to bowl a couple of before I aged out.
Martinez. Good spare there. Trent, that's right. So Martinez did make he was your.
Gotcha.
Yep. So Maloney did not make, to answer your question, he did not make the stair step last year.
I don't know why I thought.
Because you're always seeing him.
I always see him.
Making cuts.
That is
which
true.
is a great sign. Guy's very good at what he does.
He is.
So Kevin is going to need a little bit of help here. Joe leaves a 7-pin. Good shot.
But he goes ahead of Maloney.
Especially with the spare here. Be very well. All right. Uh-oh. He does miss the spare. So it puts him at 155. Max out 185.
And max out at 183.
So 2 and 9, and he's a guaranteed winner. Anything less, and Kevin could win.
Yeah, it's tight.
It's coming in.
Nice.
Gets the first one.
He's staying calm.
Yes.
Felix makes me laugh.
Celebrating with a hot dog and some tater tots.
We love tater tots.
Looking for the second one?
Oh.
Nope. Gets an 8 count. So there's still hope for Maloney. Spare here puts him at 175.
But Maloney needs a double. It forces a double.
Sure about that?
I'm 100% sure on it.
Okay.
Yeah. It does.
Okay.
Unless he completely misses it, then there could be a tie. Then you could just have a straight then a spare.
Okay. He does take care of the spare. 175 for Joe. Mr. McGuire. Good bowling. So you said Maloney needs a double?
He does. Most definitely. Because my math is mathing.
His first one? No. 2, 4, 5. So, advancing is going to be
Joe.
McGuire. He'll be facing Dwayne Stark, who's the number 2 seed. Congratulations, Kevin Maloney, for another great tournament.
No doubts.
This comes in 4th place. Nothing to hang your head about?
There's no doubts about that. It was a good tournament.
Yes. Very, very, very tough conditions.
Yes.
It is, as you can tell by the scores.
Super duper tough.
Okay. 8 counts. 168 to 175. Kevin Maloney, 4th place. Joe McGuire will advance to face Dwayne Stark. We'll let Dwayne take his practice shots. We'll be back in just a moment. Yeah, the oil pattern they're using was the 2023 Masters, USB-C Masters. So
Yep.
that is the pattern they use this week.
It's 46 feet, 28 mils, I want to say,
Gotcha.
and 1.5 to 1 ratio.
So allow them to finish up these practice shots. We'll be back. All right, match 3 underway.
They're going
Those-
speedy fast.
The practice was quick. Joe starts off with a 9 count, leaves a 2-pin. Your tournament leader, Tabitha Duvall.
She bowled amazing.
No females won this tournament. She's got the best chance at doing it.
That is so true.
Good. Spare there for Joe. Tabitha, your tournament leader, bowled extremely well. She bowled 211, 214, 246, 183, 200, 227, 202, and 170 today. Dwayne Stark, who you see here, his games for today were 222, 202, 208, 210, 167, 165, 198, and 187. There's our first
Nice.
shot for him. He strikes there. Dwayne is out of Colorado.
Springs.
There you go.
Sorry, that took me a minute. Whoopsie.
There's a few Starks that were here this weekend.
Yes.
There's a few more still left around.
There is.
You're familiar with one in particular?
I am. She's a very good bowler.
Yes, Ryan Stark. Shout out to her.
Yes.
So get that to cross over, leaves a 9-pin.
Seen a lot of 9 pins today.
Now, a few 8s.
Yeah.
8s were not as popular as 9s. Seen a lot of 5-pins there.
That too. Hands up.
Yeah. What, for ice cream for you?
Heck yeah.
There you
I love me some ice cream.
We're going to take care of the spare. Does do that.
Nice.
Stared it down a little bit to make sure it went down.
It's like, you sure you got it?
All right, Joe looking for his second frame. You really want to make it fair, you would, or quote unquote, the perception of making it fair is you oil it after every match.
True. That is true. I don't think
Good
any
shot.
tournament does that
No.
though.
That's
A waste of oil?
time consuming too.
Yeah. I feel like there's really no possible way.
You
Unless
could do it
you're
if you're only
moving.
doing a stair step though. Like if you start your stair step at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock that day.
Yeah.
I mean, because oil lane's only going to take a couple minutes,
Yeah.
but you're going to need to let it sit for a little bit.
Yeah, that's the only issue.
It'd be interesting.
It really would be.
Very interesting method. Nice shot there. So go
Nice.
doubles.
Doubles get you out of troubles. Just stay in the facts.
Get a shirt with that on it for you.
I think you should. That'd be awesome. I'll wear it everywhere.
All right, Dwayne. Third frame. He's looking to strike here. Start off with a strike and a spare.
And he does.
There we go. Trip 4, which is the right-hander's best friend. Okay, Dwayne looking for a double. Doesn't like it. Leaves a 9-pin. Second one he's left on that lane, doing the same thing, crossing over.
And in the same game. And in a row. Well, on that lane. Is what I meant.
Okay. Okay.
And
Oh, he missed that one.
Ooh.
I think that's what he's afraid of the first time. So So he does miss that. So he opens in the fourth and he's in with 68. Okay, Joe can really put a stranglehold on Dwayne with a strike here.
There's no doubt.
Cross it over, gets it. All right.
Hey, that's a way to do it.
There you go. You got to strike, just strike. Is he ever going to look back and say, oh, got lucky there? No. Once the tournament, be like, hey, I struck there.
Exactly. Don't matter how they fell down as long as they fell down.
Or how many times?
Exactly.
All right, looking for a four-bagger. Double-double.
To get you out of trouble.
We haven't seen, we've seen a few double-doubles today.
Couple.
But they weren't followed up with much more after that.
I'm surprised as a Masters tournament we didn't see a 300 today.
It was tough.
It was super tough.
Yeah, that condition was tough.
But still.
Good shot there. If somebody shot 300 on this today, they were really bowling good.
Oh, yeah.
So four-bagger for Joe. Dwayne's going to need to get something started here. Can you get there?
And
It's going to be light.
it's close.
248. Double wood.
It's a bucket without the 5.
It is. Thanks, Isaac. Because remember we were talking about the buckets.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Dwayne opens there.
It's 2 in a row.
That is. So 77 in the fifth for Dwayne. Struggling. All right, looks comes in light again. 2, 4, 5, 7.
Not a fan of that one.
No,
That one's a little tough.
that one could be tough.
And
Does
he
take care of the
got it.
spare.
Nice.
She does spare in the sixth. All right, Joe's looking for a five-bagger.
Double cheese.
Always a way to have
Burger?
a burger.
Oh, yeah.
When's the last time you had a burger without cheese? Exactly. It's been forever.
Yeah, it's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've had a burger.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go.
Been a few
You
months.
should have one for, as you're watching the Super Bowl.
No. What time is this?
Good. 4 o'clock. Leaves a 10 pin. Which is makeable in your book.
Yeah, but it's not my favorite.
Would you rather shoot a 7 or a 10 now?
A 10 pin. I'm more confident with 10 pins than I am with 7 pins.
Okay. There's a spare. So Joe's
Nice.
clean through 6. 7th frame. He's got a nice commanding lead.
Yes. He just needs to keep marking and he'll be okay.
Good observation. What do you got coming up?
High school state
There you go. When is that?
next week.
Awesome.
So you got that?
Excited?
Yeah, I'm super excited.
Your last one, your last go
I
around
know.
there.
It's kind of, the more I think about it, it's kind of sad because it pretty much is just
Good
my
shot there for
last
Joe.
big tournament as a junior.
Yeah, true. Good shot for Joe.
Because then the week after, we're in the Springs for Springs Queens.
True. Then we hit March. Trevor Kling.
Yes.
That's a big one.
That is true. But I'll be doing both of them, I think.
No, I think you can only do one, right?
No, you can do both.
Oh. All right, there's ball change. He leaves a 10 pin.
Because they were trying to get me to bowl the adult Trevor Kling last year.
Gotcha. It's a very unique tournament where there's a adult version and a kid version.
I love the meaning behind it.
Absolutely.
Always support those.
And all the people who are involved in it.
Exactly.
You can take care of the spare. Does.
Nice.
Okay. So back-to-back spares for Dwayne. Thanks everybody for hanging out with us today. We had a great time.
Super fun.
And super fast.
Yeah, I can't believe it's only 1 o'clock. Nice.
There we go. Good shot there. All right, so Dwayne can max out 206. So he still has a chance.
True.
He's just going to need some help.
Because Joe can max out at 269.
Exactly. So he's going to need some help. Again, our winner will face top seed Tabitha Duvall.
Came in a little bit, not enough.
A little bit behind. So he leaves a 1-3. Which for a right-hander, they'd love that. That pocket's still intact.
I know. That point. I'd rather shoot those all day long.
Well, it's not good if you're leaving them all day long.
That is true. You got a point.
If you're a right-hander leaving a 1-3, it's probably not a good day for you.
Yeah.
Does take care of the spare.
So pretty much, he doesn't even need to mark.
Keep on laying a couple times. And
Yeah.
What do we say he can get to? 206? He's at 1. He's sitting at 169, 179 now.
189 would be...
So if you go 5 out, we'll put him at 74, 84. Well, we don't have to worry about that. He does strike in the 9th. So he's sitting at 199. So he just needs counts.
Just needs to
Preferably
keep it on
5
line.
pins. 5 is 10. Actually needs
Yes.
3. 3 times 2 is.
6.
He'd be short, so he needs 4.
4 times 2 is 8.
Yeah. There won't be a tie, put it that way.
Correct.
Got the 8 out late. Leaves just a 10 pin.
So it's looking like Joe won this match.
Yes. Joe will be advancing. He was the number 2 seed coming in. Dwayne was the 3 seed coming in, and he remains in the 3. So he finishes in 3rd place.
Nice pickup.
No doubts. So the best Dwayne can finish now would be 186. Joe's already at 189 with a strike in the 9th. So congratulations to Dwayne on coming in 3rd.
No
Good tournament.
doubts. It's a good finish.
Yes, absolutely.
3rd out of 96 people is
And
great.
you beat half your family.
Exactly. Actually, more than half. Because there was 4 of them, right?
Sure.
Anyways.
There was a few here. 3 of them, maybe?
I thought there was 4.
Here?
I could have been wrong, yeah.
Oh, it's a possibility. Taking care of it. That's it. Nice. So, able with the strike here, 175 for Dwayne. Thanks everybody who's hung out with us today. Got to hang out with Steve Gallegos earlier.
Yes. A lot of interesting facts.
Tidbits, facts, knowledge. There's that
Knowledge.
elusive 5-pin. So 174. Dwayne finishes 174. So now's a good. This would be a great time to do check balls.
But
Actually,
with
he
the
did.
way,
He did make a ball change there.
and I don't think that was the right ball change.
First time ever.
Wow, an all Wyoming final? Wow.
The Cheyenne Masters usually dominated, or not dominated, but usually will have either Nebraska entry or Colorado entry. We all got shut out this
Wow.
year. All Nebraska or all Wyoming finals, first time ever.
That's crazy.
So the winner will be from Wyoming,
Wyoming.
no doubts about it. Good spare there. 229 here. If we strike here, that's a great game. Okay. Does get 228.
That's a good game.
All right, we're going to have some practice shots here from Tabitha. And then we'll be starting our finals. Excited.
I'm so excited. It's going to be interesting.
Who you rooting for?
I don't know. I kind of want her to win because no girl has won this before.
So we got 2 first.
Yeah, that would, to me.
All Wyoming finals. That's the first. We've already accomplished that.
Exactly.
And the second first would be a female winning.
See, that could be interesting, but Joe is also bowling extremely well.
Yes,
So
yes.
I
that
could
came off
I
that
could go
camera.
for either, honestly.
Awesome. All right, we'll be back in just a moment with our finals.
See ya. Thanks for inviting me to be part of your group. Travel safe home.
Not proud about it, but yeah, you're welcome. See you next year.
Yep, sounds good. Yeah, Robert was the last one to win. That was probably the last one to win the finals against him. my fingers hurt yesterday. Now I'm going 8 games. Imagine fingers feel like today. Casey's coaching from afar. Hey, you gotta be here to coach.
Okay, fine. I'm right here.
No, you can coach. Casey can't because he's not physically
I
here.
see what you're saying.
Yeah, Casey can't be coaching from, texting and stuff. You gotta physically be here to coach. What kind of bullshit is this? Just because we have the technology doesn't mean you don't use it.
No, I guess not.
Like, there's no replay and shit. Hammered it.
So good. Whoops.
Take what you can get nowadays. That's what I do. I'm a fuck out right now. I ain't proud. The rule says I gotta take it anyway. And I'm a rule follower. We're Asian. We know how to follow the rules.
We've reached the finals.
Yes, we have.
Cheyenne Masters 17th annual Cheyenne Masters Finals. 1 Tabitha Duvall, number 1 seed versus the number 3 seed, who is Joe McGuire. All Wyoming finals. First time ever. First time ever for a number 1 seed to be female. So we could have some interesting first here.
Yes.
She's elected for Joe to go first.
I would have done the same
Same.
thing if I was her.
Jennifer, I'm sure you're not the only one rooting for Tabitha. Got a few people still around, and crowd seems to be on her side.
Want to see some first.
Yes. Good
Nice
shot there by
shot.
Joe. Joe, I mean, he shot not to make it happen on his dime or his watch. Starts off with a nice shot there. Shout out to Mike Hartman for inviting us up here in the Cheyenne USBC.
Yes.
He did a phenomenal job. Standings were
So quick.
absolutely just hot off the press at all times.
I was like, okay, all right.
All right, here's our first look at Tabitha here in the finals.
She's taking her time.
Oh, 8-10. So it starts off with a split. But makeable in your world.
It is makeable. Didn't Kirsten say she's made the A10 before?
No, I don't know. I've never seen anybody pick this up.
Neither have I.
Get one.
She's got
If you're
one.
going to open,
Open in the first.
absolutely. You can recover from that much easier than you can in the 10th frame.
Oh, yeah. Learned that lesson.
Have you?
I have.
We're going to a ball change.
Which,
I think-
that's not a bad idea.
We'll see here in a second. Give it a run. Second frame for Tabitha. Yes, it is a ball change. Gets this one in. Leaves.
A double-double. Or a double-double. Double wood.
That would be the 3-9.
Yes.
Okay, takes care of it.
Nice.
Very nice.
Got Joe looking for a double.
All right, give it a run. Leaves a 7-pin.
Darn, 7-pin.
All right, we're going to take care of the spare. Oh,
He just misses it.
yes. So Joe goes strike open, gives him 28 in a second.
So
Tabitha-
it definitely got a little more interesting.
Yes, Tabitha started off with an open and then spared in a second. All right, he's looking to bounce back from that. Okay, good shot
Nice.
there.
Likes that lane.
Yes. Recovered well. Tabitha up into that third frame. Pulled that one a little bit too. Lose a baby split, 3-10. I think she's got a little bit of nerves going.
Which is 100% understandable.
No doubt. Unfortunately gets one. 36 through 3. Oh, somebody's ordering a pizza.
Pizza, pizza.
All right, Tabitha's looking to bounce back. Comes in high, leaves a 3-6. All right, so Tabitha's got an 8 on every one of her first balls.
Yeah. Consistent when it comes to that.
True. Just wish she could have made a couple more spares. So let's take care of the spare
Nice.
there. So open spare for her. 36 through 3 with a spare in the fourth. Joe, strike, open, strike. Up at a fourth. Joe's looking for a double. Nope.
Pulled it just a bit.
Leaves a 6-pin. Looking to take care of the spare. Got it.
Nice pickup.
Fifth frame for Joe. He's got a 12-pin lead.
Nice.
All right. Does carry the strike there.
Definitely likes that lane.
Yes, he struck every time on that lane. Tabitha's going to need to get something going here. Put that one in. There's another 310. And another 8 count.
Yeah.
Gets one again. So, unfortunately, she's open every time on lane 6.
Not a fan of lane 6.
No. Does have 2 spares on 5. Still looking for a first strike. I think she gets her first strike here.
I do too.
Yep, got that one in again. Okay, we got a 6 count there. She leaves the 1, 3, 6, 9
She did break her streak.
of 8s.
Yes.
We're going to need to pick this up and then have a big second half of the game. She's got a chance to pick this up.
And she does.
Absolutely.
Nice.
And count's not important there because she was on an open.
That is true.
Okay, Joe's looking for a double.
Get him out of trouble. Nice.
Okay, gets that to go.
That works.
Gives him a double. He's going back to his good lane.
It's always good to go back to your good lane after a double.
No, because then usually you get a spare there. Especially like if you're going Dutch 200. Then you break it up and you get the double. You're like, all right, cool, I can finish this off now. And then you end up with a spare on the line.
Yeah.
All right, 7th frame. Does.
See?
High flush
Doubted
that.
me.
I didn't
Over
doubt
there.
you. Just that was
Doubted me.
a high flush. That's a great shot. All right, Tabitha's going to need probably all of these.
Yeah. As much as she can get.
Oh, it's a big split there. 6, 7, 10.
Yeah, that one's a hard one.
Yes, it is a hard one.
Makeable, but hard.
It'd be awesome if she made this though.
It would be
Probably
great.
I mean,
Got 2.
no. Try to bounce it over there. Her woes continue on lane 6. Lane 6 just
It's not it.
struggling. 8th frame. Did another ball change.
Just comes in light.
1, 2, 4. Oh, another
Nice
open
try.
there. So Tabitha struggling a bit here in the finals. This is not anywhere how she bowled yesterday and today.
Exactly.
She bowled really, really well.
Averaged over 200.
You know, it's most definitely. Kudos to her. She made it further than anyone, any female has for sure.
Yeah.
Just ran into struggle bus.
Yeah.
A little bit of struggle bus.
Nice shot.
And Joe is,
Locked in.
yeah. So 158 is the best that Tabitha could do. Joe's already succeeded that.
Yes.
So this year's champion for your 17th annual Cheyenne Masters. Brooke crossed over. Looky there.
Oh,
There you go.
wow.
So there you go. One Joe McGuire. Congratulations to him. Kudos to Joe. He
What else?
came and did what he had to do.
Exactly. It was his day.
It was. Was.
Nice.
Okay, there we go.
And that was on her bad lane, too.
It was. Hopefully she finishes off with 3 more here. Okay.
Nice.
2 more. Okay. Alright, she
And gets a split. She had 2, 4, 5 splits that game.
Yes. Usually
She's
you're not going
not-
to win if you got 5 splits.
That is true.
It's tough to overcome that. It really is. She gets the 2. She finishes off 144 for Tabitha. Probably our low game in the tournament.
It probably was.
Happened to come at the wrong time. She bowled extremely well
No
all
doubt.
weekend. Right. Joe's taking his victory lap. He leaves the
3-7.
There you go. Otherwise known for a right-hander as a.
210.
There you go. Good job.
He's a lot more confident about that 210.
Yes. going for it. All right. He does not pick that up, but it doesn't matter. The champion for the 17th annual Cheyenne Masters is one Joe McGuire. Bowled extremely well. Congratulations to him. Again, thanks to everybody who's watched us this weekend. We'll be back in a couple weeks. We don't have anything going next weekend, I don't believe. Weekend after that, we'll be in Colorado Springs, or Colorado Springs, Queens. And then we also have the Trevor Clinton coming up in March, as well as the finale for the Rocky Mountain Senior Tour, some Colorado Scratch Bowlers Tour events. Bunch of things still coming your way. Again, thanks to everybody. Thanks to everybody here at 2-Bar. Thanks to the Cheyenne USBC. And we will see you.